We'll get started. I think it is 9 o'clock on the nose. We have a proposed agenda for this morning, and I think we're going to treat this as a corporate services committee meeting. Is that my understanding? So we're going to need to approve the agenda, but it needs to be amended by adding the terms of reference for sure for the electoral areas committee and the committee of the whole. So looking for a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Moved, seconded. Thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? That motion carries. So first item up is our welcome and introductions. So I kind of welcomed everybody already this morning, but the purpose of this morning's meeting is strategic planning, our annual session. And we have with us today Mr. Nielsen, who is facilitating. So I'm just going to turn it over to the CAO first, and then we'll hear from Mr. Nielsen. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I've been restricted to my speech at 25 minutes, so I'll just speak a little bit faster than normal. So with that, I want to, first of all, thank you for coming here today for this workshop. It is a critical step in shaping our direction for the year ahead. Our focus is to begin building 2026 work plan that is both strategic and realistic. To date, we have received 85 project proposals. So something new is whenever we do these strategic priorities in any local government, there's always something forgotten that is important. So we asked that you have your thoughts forward to staff, and turned out to be 45 and probably more at the end of this meeting. We will be asking each electoral area to identify and bring forward their top 2 non-core projects. This means we could be looking at up to 18 projects for priority consideration. The remainder will be dependent on capacity and will be reviewed by the board based on capacity to determine if the project should be 26 or 27. So last year, we had 11,000 hours of more work than what we can do, and we moved them into 2026. So within that 85 hours, they are in there. Okay, there are initiatives that fall outside our core mandate, but have to be potentially be delivered through operational requirements. So that has to also be taken into consideration. The board will be asked to prioritize these projects, and those selected will be advanced for immediate action in 2026. So it's not possible, though, that we can do the first 18 all on the same day, month, etc. So we're going to ask at one point, which ones are your priorities and which ones we start first. There will be projects that are operational driven, as I stated, which would depend on risk or necessity. The remaining projects will depend on capacity and will be added to the work plan at a later date. And I've got 15 minutes left, so I've got to hurry. I got to hurry up. Okay, so right now, Mr. Nielsen's going to be here to listen. We're staff's all here, as you see, to listen. We will then take your strategic priorities and put them into the work plan. We will then come back to you with the capacity. So one of the things that we're more interested in looking at is core work. It's important that if we overpromise, it's at the expense of core work. And a lot of times, if the core work isn't done on a timely basis, you're the ones the first to hear about it. So we are looking at the realistic numbers for core, and one of the things that we're focusing on is planning. So planning now, we're going to make sure that the core work is not hurt or hindered because of the non-core work. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Nielsen. Alan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Safino. Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair and members of the board. Thank you for having me back here today. I think I'm going to keep this microphone on so that everybody online can hear me. Hopefully people can. And we'll just kick off, Chair, if we could, and just, I've got some slides to present. So we have those, Annenberg. Chair, we've already had some opening comments. Thank you very much. That better? Okay. All right. I'll try to stay still. We've already had some opening comments by yourself. I think did you get your chance? Okay, opening comments, perfect. Mr. Zaffino's spoken as well. Just wanted to, we've got the full day together, so we're going to take a little bit of time to get our heads into things and to warm up, as it were. So I wanted to give our directors the opportunity to make any opening comments if they wish about their expectations for the day, about their thoughts as we go into our final year, 2026, of this board term. So let me just, I'm going to go around the room and you don't have to participate, but if you wish, and then we'll go online and just see if there's anything that's important for individual directors to contribute by way of opening comments. So perhaps Director Graham, let me start with you just because you're to my left here.
Director Graham.
Okay, excellent. Director Barkwell.
No, I've got no opening comments. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Director Taylor.
Matt Taylor, Area D, no opening comments.
Okay, Director Holmes.
Well, I'm kind of the same. I'm not really sure what it is I'd want to open with.
Okay, all right. Director McCordoff.
Oh, sorry, it wasn't at first, it was flashing red. Thank you very much. I am quite interested in what strategic priorities are in terms of the regional district, because we're also doing regional priorities with OBWB, with Alan. Also, we've been doing it with the town of Vesuvius. So it's interesting to try and sort of compare and see, are we all on the same page? Do we have different priorities? What's important? And obviously working together and understanding it is important as well. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Vice Chair Watt.
Thank you. And through the chair, Mr. Nielsen, thanks for coming today. Thanks for all the work you've done so far. And we've touched base already. My biggest thing today is to having a healthy conversation on how, as one region working together, we can continue as one unit.
Excellent. So strengthening the federation, as it were. So thank you. And as Vice Chair Watt mentioned, I did have an opportunity in advance of today to check in with the chair, check in with the vice chair, and also check in, of course, with the CIO and his team. So to get just a sense of how we're going to handle the day and what we wanted to come away with. But Director Roberts, let me turn it to you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm looking forward today specifically how this ties in with our, or what Jim had set up in regards to our strategies and around priorities. History-wise, I found the strategic planning somewhat frustrating because it just seemed to be like going to Sunday school and putting little pretty things up on walls and things, and then, but never really coming out with any solid, this is on, this is off, because we've had ongoing projects that just never seemed to ever go anywhere that we were bringing up, or I was bringing up at every strategic planning meeting. And I think now that there's a lot more structure to it, I believe that it has more validity towards me and my community.
Okay, that's excellent. Thanks very much, Director Roberts. And one of the things we're going to do today, hopefully we'll address the point you made, and that is we'll start kind of at the big picture for the Federation, but then in the afternoon, we're really going to get down to some of those specific projects, specific priorities to get into, mostly from a local government perspective, that is electoral areas, but with the governing body of the regional district, that is the whole board, giving some direction there. Director Fredrigo.
Thank you and good morning. I do appreciate that in the agenda, and just as you had mentioned, that in the morning is looking at the RD as a whole, and then in the afternoon looking at it as the local government for the electoral areas and kind of breaking those two out. So I definitely appreciate that we're going to be looking at it in those two perspectives. So.
That's great. Thank you very much. Director Bush.
Morning, Alan.
Good morning.
Yeah, we do this every year, and I'm just wondering, do we bring back plans we made from previous years, and do we analyze them and where we're going or where we didn't go with them?
Yeah.
Will that be part of it?
It will be. Thank you. Excellent question. You're right. We want to make sure that we come away from these sessions and from these processes with more than just something that sits on a shelf and is forgotten about. So if we're doing this right, the strategic plan and also the more specific priorities, as Director Roberts mentioned, are things that the board has in its mind, has fresh, and can comment on as we go through, and staff can tie things to. So we will be spending some time later this morning on going through last year's plan and what did we say we were going to do and how are we doing? Great, excellent. Yes, Jim.
So every 2 weeks, Mark comes over here and gives you an update on the strategic plan. At the end of the year, it'll be a consolidated full year to show how many were, what we promised and what we delivered. And 50% of the exempt staff wages is based on the success of the strategic plan, which is new. And this will be the second year that I've connected that wage to the success.
Is that the wage increase or the overall wage? So they may get, I mean,
No.
you guys may not get the full wage of what you're saying. Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Excellent. That's meaningful. Thank you very much. Great. Director Gilbert.
Yeah, thanks. Director Gilbert, City of Penticton. I think I'm looking forward today, and I hope that people are willing to, kind of, in my mind, have a tough conversation about what we see as one region working together. Because I think there's a lot of rhetoric that happens around these priorities and stuff when it comes to, are we really working as one region together, or do we want to work as individuals that represent at this table? So I'm looking forward to that conversation.
That's excellent. Thank you very much. And that's really captures the big challenge around regional districts in general, RDOS in particular, but regional districts in general as well, is how do we marry that federation role with the local government role and make sure that we are thinking of both? Director Monteith.
Thank you. Most of the directors have said pretty much exactly what I would say. I'm looking forward to having an electoral area director's voices actually heard and some of our projects being accomplished in an election year.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Director Gittins, you came in a little bit late, I know, which is no problem at all, but I just wanted to give you the opportunity as well to any opening thoughts and expectations for the day.
No, I think it was well captured, so it should be great. Thanks.
Okay, excellent. Let me go online. I see we've got who have we got here? Director Weeb, I think. Did you have any thoughts, opening thoughts?
No, I think just a good day to take time to prioritize the strategies, and we're looking forward to what we'll do today. Thanks.
Excellent. And Director Coyne.
Well, I'm glad I'm kind of last because I'm going to go on a little bit of a tangent here, maybe. First and foremost, this is really important. The other thing that we've had a bit of a glitch in the system here in the last few years where I don't believe that the board is being I don't want to use the word respected. This is our chance today or throughout this day to be able to get our ideas put across. I believe that our regional district has become way too much ran by staff, and I believe that some of our staff have lost the idea that we're here to serve the public, that we answer to 80,000 people, and that we all have a very important role to play in that. And I believe that this has become a serious issue in the last couple of years. And I'm not reflecting this towards Jim's performance at all. He came into quite a spider's web of issues here. And I just think that that's the most important thing, that people speak their voice today and not try and be nice to everybody in the world, but to get your point across of what needs to be done. The other thing that I have to do today is, I was hoping this wasn't online, this meeting, but it is, so whatever. I've got some pretty serious health issues, and I'm going to be missing a heck of a lot of time coming up here. And starting today, I have doctor's things going on today as well. So I just want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to get their voice heard. So anyways, thank you.
Thank you for sharing that with us, Director Coyne. We appreciate your candor and we wish you well. Director Rainin.
There we go. Yeah, I'm just looking forward to hearing the board and everybody's input on these issues, and of course I got a sick little one here today, so I'm going to be listening with a keen ear and learn as much as I can too, because I'm fairly new to the RDOS. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think that's the full set of directors we have online. Is that right? Okay, wonderful. Okay, let's kind of build off of everything that's been said thus far, all the opening comments, all of which really set us up for the day, I think, and hopefully what we've planned for the day will address some of the concerns that have come out, some of the expectations, and some of the points that have been made as well. Today, we're going to focus on strategic planning for the board being the governing body, of course, of the RDOS. We are going into the final year of the board's term. So that's really important. The board, like a council, is an ongoing body. The people around the table change. This is the final year of this collection that comprises the board working together. And so, as with any body, it's always desirable to make sure that we end kind of on that with wanting to have completed or even started some initiatives that the body deems to be important and the individuals who comprise the body, that is the directors around the table, deem to be important. So we're going to focus on trying to draw out some of those things. It's an opportunity, of course, to impact the region and its communities. We've heard some of that, and Director Coyne in his comments talked about serving the 80,000 people here and the communities that those people live within. So we're always about opportunity to serve and to impact the region. And it's also speaks to the notion of legacy and really making a difference. And we think about a basic human need is we want to make a difference. We want to leave this place better than it was when we came into it. And this is something that extends to the bodies that we participate in, the governing bodies, the decision-making bodies. So we want to think about the legacy that this board is going to leave. And as part of that legacy, when we think about the legacy, we think too that as a collective governing body, and you've heard me talk about this before, and I know you've heard many others, and you've probably talked about this before, we are only as good as the collective. We can't do anything individually. We need to rely on the collective. So we try to move the bar, move the dial collectively. I apologize for my voice. I'm getting over this respiratory thing that's been going around, so it sounds a little bit nasally, but I assure you I am not contagious. So hopefully that settles that. But anyway, let's move on. We've got two parts today as the agenda sets out. The first is the one that's titled One Region Working Together. And that's really about the Federation, the focus on the Federation, how it's doing, what it's doing well, how it could be better, how to make it stronger. When we think of a federation, we know that every regional district is a federation of municipalities and electoral areas. So municipalities and the unincorporated areas that comprise the electoral areas. Super important to understand that because it really brings together, it really is something that has opportunities, but also has a lot of inherent challenges in it as well. We're going to review the strategic plan as Director Bush talked about. We're going to review the strategic plan that this board developed over 3 different sessions last fall. Copy of that was sent out to everybody. We're going to look at what kind of progress has been made on some of the priorities in that plan. We're going to talk about the progress that may be required going forward. And we're going to think about some other priorities that the Federation wants to consider for this last year of the board's current term. So some of those priorities could be things that are in the plan right now, and some of them could be completely new things. So we'll talk about that, and we'll spend the morning focused on that under that part 1. Part 2 is going to be something different. That one's titled Effective Local Government, and using the term local government specifically because we're talking about the board and its role as local government for the electoral areas. We are going to look at the board's priorities when it wears this hat, when it wears the local government as for the electoral areas hat. And we're going to ask the question on what does the organization need to be focusing its energy in 2026? We've got in the package, we've got a list, and Jim talked about it in his opening comments, of a fairly lengthy list of different priorities, different actions, different projects that electoral area directors, I think it's only been electoral area directors. I know it was open to all directors, but for obvious reasons, the municipal directors tend to work more through their municipalities for their local government stuff. So our electoral area directors have put forward a number of different requests or ideas that they have with respect to specific projects that are going to be important for them and their communities in 2026. As we can understand and as we can anticipate, and Jim talked about this, we've got collectively a very large number. So we want that his staff is seeking some direction and the directors are wanting to have a greater say in directing some of those resources. I mentioned earlier that I had a couple of conversations leading into today with the chair, the vice chair, with staff. One of the themes that came out of those conversations was the idea that directors are asking for more of a say. And I think Director Coyne maybe alluded to that in his comments as well. So we'll get that direction from the board and we'll focus on that in our part 2 after lunch. In terms of setting the stage, let's talk a little bit about strategic planning for regional districts. We talked about this last year, so we're not going to go through it in great detail. And this is stuff that all of you know as well. And so, but I always think it's helpful to kind of take a little bit of a step back, pan out a little bit and think about some principles as well. So when we think about strategic planning for regional districts, and frankly, for any governing body, but particularly a body that is complex like this one, in the sense that we have different representatives of different jurisdictions and different types of jurisdictions, it's a luxury. It is a luxury in the sense that we're taking the day. When do you in life get to take the day and say, pause life, we're going to take the day, we're going to reflect on some of these bigger issues, we're going to have some generative discussions, we're going to think about where we want to go as a body, we're going to debate, we're going to fight, we're going to have honest conversations, and we're going to come together and figure out where we're going to put our resources. So it's a luxury in that sense we get to do it, but it's also a necessity for all of those same reasons as well. Because if we don't come together around what it is we want to do, then we get this long shopping list of stuff and nothing really gets done. Inherent challenges linked to the 3-part role of regional districts. So we think of our 3 purposes of regional districts, all of which are tied to the provision of services. We have the regional role, the federation role that we're going to focus on this morning, as I mentioned. That federation role is all about providing services region-wide that everybody in the region either must participate in, or in most cases determines as advantageous to them and their jurisdictions to participate in through the regional districts. It's also in that regional role, as that federation, it's that forum that we create that we're experiencing today, where we come together with different perspectives, but with one region in mind. And how do we bring those perspectives together to find some common ground and do some things together? That's the one part. The second part, the second role is our afternoon focus, which is the local government. Electoral areas, very important. We'll talk about those as I mentioned after lunch. Very important type of governance jurisdictions around the province and how we provide services to and give political representation and decision-making tables to our unincorporated parts of the province. We've got 9 electoral areas here, as you know, in RDOS. This body collectively, including the municipal directors, is the governing body for all of those electoral areas. So we have a responsibility as a collective board here to ensure that we are providing the local services and listening to the needs of and addressing those needs of all of the unincorporated areas. The third part being in the middle there, the sub-regional service provision. So sub-regional services being any service that is provided to a combination of electoral areas and municipalities. Particularly important here in the Okanagan-Similkameen because, as our name suggests, we have 2 very distinctive sub-regions. So we've got collections of jurisdictions that receive different types of services. Those are de facto sub-regional service recipients, but we've also got 2 very strong sub-regions. How do we ensure that we, as a regional district and as a regional board, give enough attention to and understand the differences between and find similarities to connect those different sub-regions? So it's possible, it's important to establish shared priorities, and we'll do that over the course of today. And our priorities, as we mentioned, are going to be pursued at the board level, but also at the electoral area level. So we're going to come away with a sense of federation priorities, but then when we get down to the specifics for individual electoral areas, what are the things we need to accomplish in the coming year? Let me just say a couple more points, then I'll pause and open it up for some discussion. And I have a few questions to get some discussion going as well. We talked in the past about this concept of scarcity, this idea that we have unlimited wants and limited resources, and unlimited needs really and limited resources. And this concept drives everything. It drives our individual lives, it drives our economy, it drives everything. So this scarcity idea is a very real thing. How do we've heard from our administrator, we've got more projects on our list than we have ability to provide them. So scarcity really kind of hits the road here. That's where the rubber hits the road when we have these kinds of discussions. We need to keep it simple, and sometimes less is more. So we're going to pare that list down and focus on what it is we can accomplish for sure. And it's this idea that if everything's most important, nothing can be most important. So our challenge is to figure out what's really most important for the individual areas, but also for the Federation as a whole. We've talked a little bit about collective decision making and the challenges there. Okay, let me ask this question. So, by the way, when I have a question mark, none of these questions is rhetorical. Yes, Director Gettins.
Sorry, just on that last slide, there was a legacy.
Yes.
What did it say? I missed it, sorry. Recognize legacy. So recognize legacy of this board moving forward, even if we're not here.
Yeah, what is it that, and thank you for pointing that out. And I mentioned on the previous slide, so I didn't want to kind of highlight it again, but I'm glad you did because it's important I think, to emphasize and to highlight here. And that is this idea that without sounding too grandiose, how does this body want to be remembered? You know, not only you as individuals, I mean, that's important too to your individual constituents and constituencies, but how does this body want to be remembered? What is going to be important? What's the legacy you're going to leave? And so I think I find that helpful to think about as we sit down and do the heavy lifting around figuring out where we're going to put our resources. So let me get a sense here. What are your views of the three roles of the regional district and the balance that is achieved among those roles? And we think specifically about RDOS. So we've got our three different roles, like every regional district, but how do we kind of wrestle with that balance, and what's the degree of success do you think we have? Director Roberts.
I think, as has been stated before quite a few times, about one region working together. I think sometimes the complexity in decision-making is around the understanding of the matrix and different, when we said sub-regions. So again, a lot of times I'm advocating in regards to the Similkameen because it's less people, it has different needs and priorities that tie with health and safety of a community. So for instance, as one region, we need to be looking things as priorities, what encompasses the infrastructure that we, of course, own and have responsibility for. Then next needs to be a priority in regards to health and safety of a community. And those priorities may look different in sub-regions. For instance, in this region, transit is a large issue in regards to health, safety, and development moving forward. And we've got a lot of transit. And even though we've got the line 50, when we look at the regional trail between Cawson and Karamias, that is in regards to health and safety of children moving between the two schools, senior citizens moving to grocery stores. So it has that segment of a trail is more important than it being, and again, I'm not downplaying trail systems and the benefits of economics and tourism, but in our community, it's seen through a different lens because it has a different priority, and that is the health and safety of the community. Yeah. So it's how we look at these different things to be able to set our priorities that's important.
That's excellent. Excellent start. Thank you. What else? Director Holmes.
I think sometimes we by default veer more towards looking at the more local issues and at the expense of looking regionally. And I think part of the reason is it's often really difficult to see the wider benefits of supporting something that will benefit the whole region. It's hard to quantify those benefits, regional benefits. And because of that, you know, whether either for ourselves internally, if it's being proposed, or if it's an external group, you know, coming to us with an idea, it's hard for them to convince us around the table that this is a benefit for the region, as opposed to one part of the region. So I think, I don't know, I think we kind of need to do a better job at kind of quantifying what is a benefit for the whole region.
Yeah, I really like that. That is, you know, that concern, that difficulty in thinking regionally and in understanding the benefit and assessing it, kind of like calculating that benefit for the region, or at least getting a good gauge of it, or gauging and getting a good sense of it, is such a challenge. And a lot of people think it's kind of a reflection or a factor, a function of the fact we've got municipalities and electoral areas. But even in places like Metro Vancouver, where we have 21 municipalities in one electoral area, you have huge difficulty finding that regional balance, or finding that kind of regional purpose. And you get great pressures to kind of pull things apart. So, and those pressures to localize and to kind of focus on the local need as opposed to the regional needs seem to be something across all regional districts. And it's something that is really difficult to fight against, and takes a lot of conversation, a lot of discussion. And we think at other levels of government, even, you know, our own federation, Canadian Federation, same kind of thing, trying to balance the individual interests and find some common thread, or European Union, same kind of thing. Lots of different, any federation is very difficult to kind of govern, and very difficult to help elevate that broader purpose. So thank you for that. Yes, Director Monteith.
I guess for me, it's finding out, like, when we talk about regional services, the regional district, I feel at times, wants to staff up. We want to add our own staff versus looking at what our member municipalities may have. And maybe they have the subject matter expert. Maybe they have the perfect staff that could have a regional portfolio added to their existing work. And I'll give an example of ESS, right? So every municipality had their own ESS. Then the regional district wants to have a regional ESS program. It was hard, even from like the volunteers perspective or staff, to kind of shift that, right? Like everybody was doing their own thing. We could have, instead of the already having its own ESS, we could have had maybe the city of Penticton ESS be that person. Like, I just feel like times we're not partnering with member municipalities when they already have that existing service. Maybe it's Summerland, maybe it's Asuyas, maybe it's Oliver, like whoever has the best option. And maybe that's the partnership versus having our own and recreating the same beast over and over again.
That's great. So that idea, we've got different roles, but we can kind of look pragmatically at things and figure out where to best get the bang for the buck, and where to share resources. And you're not talking about like using the resources, but paying for those, contracting those if we can. Okay. Yes. Thank you. Director Gittins.
Thanks. I just wanted to follow up a little bit on what Dr. Holmes was saying. And in my other role, we have to do some similar work, and collaboration's hard. Like, it's hard to accommodate other people's opinions and not just stay focused on your area and direct little, you know, your little piece of the pie. Like, doing this and giving up things, like it's cruddy to do that. And as we get tighter and tighter financially, which I think we can all agree is likely going to happen before we get any better, it's going to get harder. So I do think we need to be really crystal clear on what we want to deliver, especially in 1 year of the last year of a term. But yeah, like, this is not easy work. It's way easier just to stay focused on your little area and do your thing. So
Absolutely. No, I love that. Collaboration is one of those things that sounds great and we all talk about it, but actually making it work, holy crap, it takes a lot of work and it's really difficult. And and it can create a lot of friction as well. I love that. I love the old joke that, you know, or the old saying that, you know, why can't we just be a team and do it my way? You know? Yeah. So yes, Director Federico.
And I kind of want to build on that too, because notes I've kind of been taking is kind of sometimes as an electoral area director, you are a bit of your own island fighting hard for your own area. And then we come to a larger board where we've got to work hard to get that voice heard. And so sometimes, I feel like a little bit of a lone island. And so then from there, there's some hurt feelings and some things that need to get over to help get to that point. Cause then it's like, you've got to get your point across so everyone kind of hears you, and you've got to make, sometimes I kind of feel like you're in debate, but then you're also an improv because you're thinking on the fly and you've got to try and get your point across, and you've got to try and convince, sometimes it's 8 other people, sometimes it's 19 other people on your point. And so then it can be kind of hard. Like, so it's to get to that point of working together where there has to maybe be some give and take, where sometimes you aren't going to win, and that's okay. But then when it comes to your own area and you lose and you fought so hard, that's where a little bit those hurt feelings comes from, because then you feel like you're not being listened to, you feel like you're not being heard, and you feel like you're on a life raft looking at your island trying to get there, and you've got to be the one who's explaining that to your residents. You're the one who has to shoulder quite a bit of that, and it's a decision of the board, and you're gutted yourself on what has just happened. So it's how do we build that back up where we don't feel so isolated, where we can move past that hurt, and where we can feel like we're being heard when we're advocating for our area.
Yeah, that's really well put. And that being heard is everything, and being respected and hearing others as well. And it's as you were speaking, I was thinking I remember one seasoned politician, local government politician, telling me once, you kind of learn over the years that you don't make hard promises in election campaigns, because you can only deliver what the group agrees is going to be delivered on. You can talk about what you're going to push for and what you're going to go for, but you can't kind of promise too much, because you don't have control at the end of the day. You got to figure out how to work together. But but you're right, on the human side of a thing, it can result in hurt feelings if you're not heard, and that then doesn't do a lot for the feeling of the board. Yes, Director Gettens again.
So I'm just going to follow up with that because I feel like I'm the director that loses most debates for their area against my rural colleagues. So I do think that's an important point, though, because the values, like, I have a pretty diverse area, so I'll tell you the values in Meadow Valley are not aligned with the values of someone who lives in Lower West Bench. And there is sometimes a political ideology that I think comes forward from other areas that they don't feel that the values of Greater West Bench is as important as perhaps the values that they hold personally. And I think that's the distinction, because if I'm sitting in this chair representing citizens, and you're right, I'm the one that wears it, but then there was a vote with no debate and I lost that vote, that is a reflection on the board where there's not even an interest to lean in and discuss that. So I think we also have to recognize that while you might have one value in one area, it may not align with the values that I'm representing. But the beautiful part about the Similkameen and the Okanagan is there's room for everybody. And I think we need to figure that out, because like that life raft on an island, trust me, I've had that conversation a couple of times, and it doesn't impact me longer than a few days, really, but it impacts the person that lives beside now that monster shed, or beside that thing that they didn't think they were going to live to. And that's the legacy that this board is leaving. So we should probably figure that out a little bit about values, and that they're all welcomed. And that's why we're here. And we don't have to have it be all the same.
Yeah. Nicely put. And yeah, that how we work together, really critical. What we recognize in each other, kind of the how we hear each other, how we see each other. The other point too, you talked about kind of, advocating for certain interests or advocating for certain things, and losing those discussions, and also even kind of the sense of being shut down, not even kind of discussion, just a vote. There is this concept in regional districts governance, which is that individual jurisdictions come together and they create collections for service provision or service receiving, and those are all based on kind of self-interest of the different parties. I'm in area A, it makes sense for me to join this particular service. It's in my interest to do so, I'll join that service. That is a little bit of while it's not untrue, it's also a little bit of kind of like a crude way of looking at it, because as you suggested, Director Gettens, it's more than just kind of transactional. It's not just this interest here at this particular point in time. There's kind of a longitudinal recognition we need to give. And so we kind of give that notion of that concept of self-interest kind of gives way to this concept of enlightened self-interest, which is, look, I may not need this right now, but my colleagues around the table and their constituencies need it. So I'm going to give on this, knowing that it's going to come back to me over the course of time, and that's how we collaborate.
And also recognizing that what that area might want and desire may not be what you personally want or desire, or what your constituents want, or another part of your area wants.
Yeah.
But still being able to recognize that people have values, and that's why they chose that area to live in, and those values are just as important as another.
Yes, no, in some sense, these are the bodies like RDOS board. It's like a mini United Nations almost, like totally different kind of approaches to problem solving at the individual level, but coming together to find results. Director McCordoff.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think one of the things that we're not good at is accentuating the positive. I think we all need to, instead of looking at, the media tends to stir up emotional issues, which then puts expectations of not only us, but all of our constituents on us and everybody else. And we tend to try and put out fires rather than saying, here's what we're good at, here's what we do well, let's concentrate on that. And I think that's so important these days.
Absolutely. Yeah, really well put. Thank you for that. Anyone else then on terms of thoughts on how we balance those roles, where we succeed, where we don't? I beg your pardon. Oh, Director Coyne, thank you.
Yeah, Director Gattens has really brought a lot of good things to light over the past number of years. That just the diversity and the challenges that she faces. We all face those in our own areas, and it becomes like in area H, we have such a broad spectrum of I guess the word's demographics of people. We have one community has 195 water connections on it. Yet you go there in the summertime, it's full. You go there in the wintertime and there's like 6 houses with people in them. So it requires a whole different mindset to work with those people than it does, say, the people in Tulameen, where most people live there year round now. And they all have their own expectations. And that's one of the things that I'm really looking forward to in the when we get this area directors committee, that we can talk a little more specific about those items, because rolling them all into one great big plan doesn't work very well, and people get ran over. And I think that we have to remember that we are here to represent all of those 80,000 people, not necessarily all of them at once, but each and every one of them specifically. So we can't just think globally all the time. We have to take care of the individual as well. And that's where it gets really confusing. In another conversation today, I was saying that, I'm going to be away, and right now I don't have an alternate because my alternate couldn't deal with destroying people's lives, is her words, that we have to do at this table when people have put their dreams into things. And then it comes to this table, and because of the greater good, we think the greater good is, that destroys individuals. And we can't get away from that, because that's why we're here. We're all elected by individual people, and we have to respect those individual people as well. And that sometimes is lost. So
Yes.
anyways, thank you.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair Watt.
Thank you. Thanks everybody for the feedback. I believe we say one region working together, but I think that that's more of a mindset, that it's not one vision. It's that we're collaborating and understanding each unique area's needs and wants. And I can speak from being a municipal director. it certainly when you're starting, and Councillor Rainin may agree to this, but when you're starting, it becomes very difficult to understand that Sage Mesa, Naramata, they have very specific needs and wants that we would not agree with or want in Penticton. So the important part about sitting here is understanding that those needs and those wants make us collaboratively understand, and now we're working together.
Yeah, that's really nicely put. That kind of recognizing the legitimacy of different areas' needs. And that kind of goes back to also what Director Monteith and Director Gettin were saying about being heard. I'm just feeling that we are heard, and kind of by extension, the needs that we bring forward and present are recognized. Thank you. Director Taylor.
Yeah, we've talked quite a lot about recognizing the distinctions between different electoral areas. I think that's hard for, I think that can be, we might finally get it at this table, but then I think it can be hard for staff to get it and actually implement something that does that. I think we need more feedback as we make, so once we make one of these decisions, we need more feedback from staff back to the board before the thing is put out on the table.
Yes.
Finally, checking in. I think we really have to focus on bare essentials as a big group. And I think we need to look for efficiencies in how we work at the board and how our staff work. Because we've just we're way under-resourced.
Yes.
And the people won't accept budgets that would provide adequate resourcing. So we're going to stay under-resourced in all likelihood. And if I look at the crystal ball, I'm looking at the next 5 years, and I know we're really focused on the next 1 year, but I think it's going to get pretty ugly due to things beyond our control. I mean, we're talking Canada, US, Canada, China, US, China, all this shit. It's going to impact us. And how we manage that is going to be difficult. So I think that's kind of a wild card that's out there that's going to really impact us significantly.
Yes. So that idea that resource constraints are going to get tighter.
Yeah,
over
I
the
think
next
so.
5 years.
Yeah.
Which I would say speaks also then kind of to even more so the need to figure out, okay, like what can we do with that?
What's the bare essential?
Yeah. Because we're never, you've talked about staff being, or the organization being under-resourced. I wouldn't disagree with you there. I would also make the point that I think every government would say we're under-resourced. And it kind of comes back to how do we make the work fit what we can do? And now that said, there's degrees. We can be really under-resourced relative to another group that maybe is, they would say they're under-resourced and maybe not so much. Yes. Maybe we're more on the former.
Well, and I just case in point, I mean, we've got a primary level of government that will provide infrastructure for certain segments of the population, and yet here we are struggling to provide those same basic services, sewer and water. And our people think it's a God-given right, and they read in the paper that for some people it is. But here, you got to pay your own way.
Right. Yes. Okay. Yes, Director Gilbert.
Yeah, thanks. And this is kind of tacking on to what Director Watt and what everyone's saying too. You know, I think for me, I really wanted to find, you know, what does that one region working together is, and how do we end up at this table? What are the boundaries to that? Because to me, there's a story that has been, you talk about legacy, there seems to be stories that have been carried from past boards of, you know, the relationship between the Similkameen and the Okanagan Valley, how there's two different regions. Well, what does that mean? Like, what do we want out of that when we come here as a board together to deliberate that of what this region looks like? And I'm all for trying to decentralize and allowing, you know, for example, we look at the electoral areas committee. I'm all for that because I think that gives space for those electoral areas that I don't have any say or vote, in my opinion, in the land matters for that area. You know, if we're going to look at that in you know, the Similkameen, what does that look like? Because, you know, I think that there is a story, and to be quite frank and honest, that I feel like that story becomes very antagonistic to, you know, for myself who came in halfway through, that once I came here, I was labeled as a municipal director. And that was totally different. And it's almost a derogatory term at the board of the table here, being called a municipal director. And it's, and for me, I've tried to very much say, like, I am all for funding and resourcing the stuff in this community, you know, in what you want. And, you know, and sometimes we might disagree in regards to that. But I think where I disagree with it is that because I really wanted to find what does that look like? What does this region look like as, let's say, two different regions working together, or, you know, how that all functions? Because I'm all for that collaborative work. I just don't think that when we come to the table, it's well defined enough that the stories allow for that friction to happen between board of directors.
Yeah, that's excellent. And you know, we get when we look at regional districts in particular, much less so at the municipal level, but regional districts in particular, we often get because of the difficulty with collaborating that we've talked about already, and you've talked about as well, Director. Well, because of the difficulty in collaborating and in really understanding kind of how to make things work within the system, we quickly gravitate towards how do we break the system? How do we kind of create two regional districts? How do we hive this off? How do we incorporate that? How do we change this stuff? When really it is, it's much easier to figure out, like, how do we within this region achieve that one region working together and define it in a way that works for us by bringing in different mechanisms, electoral area services committee, you know, sub-regional, this or that, something. How do we kind of make that all work so that we create our own definition? I love how you put that, of one region working together. What does that mean? Thank you. That's a perfect segue actually for this next question. Oh, I need the slides back. Sorry. Regional districts are almost 60 years old now, by the way. I don't know if you knew that. And 60 years ago, they became the bane of every municipality's existence. In other words, they're blamed for everything unfairly. Before it was, well, that's a very good question, because it's got to be careful what you wish for. Before, it was administered provincially. So you had very poor representation. You didn't have local representation. You had service decisions made out of Victoria. So we're not perfect, but at least we have some control over what happens. Okay, let me move on here. Okay, let's talk about the federation a little bit. There we are. So the term federation, by the way, I hope you notice all the fall pictures of your beautiful region. So this one kind of the Carameas area, but federation. So picking up on Director Gilbert's point and on others that we've heard, we've talked about, what does the term federation mean to you? Director Holmes.
Well, state that is coming together.
Okay. Oh, my microphone. Am I good? Oh, you didn't have your microphone on. Sorry. Say it again.
I have to remember what I said then. I see it as distinct entities coming together for mutual benefit.
Okay. Excellent. What else? And it can be kind of global, or it can be more specific to our federation. Richard Taylor.
Yeah, I don't want to nitpick, but I'm going to, if I take that, what we really have then is we have the RDOS coming together with the municipalities. The areas are not distinct entities. That's part of the problem. What are the areas? You know, like I'm struggling with that.
Yeah. So in the sense, they're not legal entities. They don't have their own governments. They are a part of the regional district.
Yep.
Yeah.
They have no staff. They have no nada.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Good point. Director McCortoff.
Thank you. So should we then consider having the town of Osoyoos and rural Osoyoos, Area A, working together more? And I'm not sure how that would work with everything, but it certainly does with Oliver, with Princeton. Carameus has a couple of different ones there, but is that a better way of handling things that affect both? Because I am the mayor of Vesuvius, but actually I live in Area A.
Yeah.
So I have to see, it's very close to the town, but you know what? It gives me sort of 2 points of view on some things, for sure.
Yeah, excellent question. When I was in my 20s, I was working as the director of corporate services for the city of Quesnel, and the entire council lived outside the city. Yes, so there was a natural desire to kind of think sub-regionally in that sense. Okay, that's a very interesting point then. How do we kind of find those collections to deal with kind of more localized but sub-regional issues? Yes, Director Roberts, I can see you reaching for your mic there.
Well, I think just to back that up, I think sub-regional, we think about dividing up the block, but I think Director Moorcock, what a brain day. McCordoff, as stated, it's like when we look at the Similkameen, it's almost divided into two.
Yeah.
Because you have, now again, we do a lot collectively, but Area H gets a lot of its services and supports and service bylaws with Princeton. And in the south, BG and the village work collaboratively to be able to have those resources and supports and services that neither of us could have if we tried to do it alone.
Yeah.
So it's, it does make sense. And I think even West Bench in the area, when we talk about Area F in regards to the relationship between whether or not it's water, transit, fire, with being around, Penticton and there's natural connections and natural resources where you work together. And then there's OK Falls. Oh, no, sorry.
Yeah. Now, does that, okay, before you leave there, Director Roberts, I'm curious, and to you and maybe to the rest, does that idea of having those collections, those strong kind of groupings to address issues that are local but not exclusive to an individual jurisdiction, but kind of within an area, whether it be in the Similkameen area or whether it be in the greater Osoyoos area or Osoyoos district or whatever the politically correct term is for that includes Area A, does that kind of strengthen or undermine the federation in your view?
I think it strengthens because I think it's a very practical way of getting things done. We realize that we can't operate or have this particular service unless we all work together.
Yes.
And in doing so, we're able to, and again, it's about community. It's like I live in Area G, right? But like Sue, I'm only 2 blocks away from Carameus. I don't tell people I live in Area G. I tell people I live in Carameus.
Yes.
Carameus is known as the fruit stand capital of Canada, but almost all the fruit stands are in Area G. We don't go, wait a minute.
You're taking our name.
Right?
Yes.
We see ourselves as that community.
Yeah.
And we see ourselves really as the Similkameen as a whole. And then there's like a sub mentality in regards to the south is slightly different in regards to its agriculture versus resource in the north, up the Similkameen in the Princeton area. But we see ourselves very collaboratively. But again, it doesn't diminish, what we like or what we're supporting in regards to the region as a whole. So for instance, if we're doing different things, encouraging people to our wineries and that, we're not a hub to have hotels and resorts. We redirect people into that area. We look at how can we ferment a relationship of all the resources that we have in the whole valley. But again, then you just kind of break into different layers in regards to, this is the foundation here, this is how we support here, and this is where we go there.
That's awesome. It's that collaboration at that community level, however we define that sense of community can extend then to the federation as well. Yeah, that's excellent. Very pragmatic, as you say. I had Director Monteith, then Director Gilbert.
Thank you, through the chair. I've often wanted to collaborate more with municipalities. And I've been very vocal about that, but I'm gonna just raise a flag of concern. So, not to pick on Penticton, but I'm gonna give a scenario. So if the surrounding communities around Penticton were to collaborate with Penticton, based on our voting structure, they could want something, we could all say, no, we don't want it, and we would be outvoted every time. And when it comes to budget, when it comes to policy, when it comes to, and there's no way out. Once you're in, there's no way out. So if we were going to collaborate, I would advocate for each electoral area having its own agreement and having a 1-to-1 equal, some sort of structure where we have a fair representation of saying, yes, we want to participate. No, we don't. This isn't working. We want to be an equal player in the budget in that portion of whatever that service is. I'm just saying that if we, it's different for Oliver because there's one rural director for Oliver and one member from the municipality, but Penticton having 4 weighted vote, like it's a very different structure and different, outcomes.
And that's a really important point to raise. And I think maybe building a little bit on Director Roberts' points, that pragmatism, Director Gilbert spoke about it as well. There are ways within the system to get around some of the concerns you raised. So for example, when we look at services, and not a lot of regional districts really utilize their full scope of authorities under this and possibilities under this, but there are ways when we create services involving, say, your electoral area or not, or 2 electoral areas kind of on the borders of Penticton, and then how do we kind of structure a service so that it's one group doesn't always get the say and all that. So the Local Government Act gives us the authority to say on a particular service, we're going to amend and put in a customized voting system. So on the questions on that service, so that one jurisdiction can't have the entire say. And so we've done that in some other places where it really encourages and facilitates that collaboration so that groups can enter it knowing that they're actually going to have a meaningful say and there's going to be some equity in that sense. Yes.
Thank you. Just to follow up, I love that thought and that process. And I'm going to use the winter shelter as an example, where we partnered as a region on that, but the reports seem to always go to the city of Penticton, and we get them like 2, 3, 4, if we get them at all, right? So it doesn't feel like a regional service, even though it is, but it doesn't feel like it. So how do I explain that to my residents when they see that we don't get the same information at the same time?
Yes.
Yeah, it just doesn't set the stage for a fair play.
No, a really important point is so kind of how we operate, even in when we structure it in a way that tries to address equity concerns and governance concerns, how do we do it in a way that makes us feel good about being part of it? And so really, really important point. I think it kind of goes back to that idea of enlightened self-interest. If one party continues to get all the information and is ignoring the others, that's not going to last very long. Yes. Director Gilbert.
Well, just to comment on that quickly, I think there's a lobbying effort to the province there to change the Local Government Act and how the votes happen. Because the unfortunate thing is, like, with their equation to population and how many votes you get, that kind of.
But as I mentioned on services,
no,
we
100%,
can change some of those things. Yeah.
I think I look at it as, there's one example. You look at the regional district of Central Okanagan, and I think there's an opportunity to look at some of these things, as Director Roberts, said about services, or, for example, the teaming up with municipalities is, you have the economic commission, using that kind of commission format where you have municipal staff that are also at the table with RDOS staff. So there is that more support as well, because as Director Taylor said, it kind of sucks that you guys are not giving your own staff member, where us municipalities, we have a whole senior leadership team behind us, here, and we share a senior leadership team here in the regional district. So I think it's having that, like looking at that commission format where if you had like the Similkameen Commission for tourism or whatever, where you had, the municipalities come into the plate with their staff as well, ensuring that there's that flow of communication with the electoral areas as well, because that's how they do it at the commission. There is all the economic developers or whoever runs that in the city is also at that table from all the municipalities in that area.
Yeah, no, okay, excellent point. And again, speaks to that idea of like, there's lots of different tools we have at our disposal to encourage collaboration, to make people feel like they want to participate, and to bring that. Let me go to Director Federico and then Director Gittins.
I think when regional districts were created and they put electoral areas and then the boundaries of of municipalities, it almost started this bit of disservice because then you are still looked at as electoral areas and municipalities and not one local government. So I always wondered what it'd be like if at election time in the municipalities, there was election for councillors and your mayor, and then election for completely separate people who would sit on the regional district without that tie to being on local council. And what would that look like around this board if everyone then who was then specifically elected to represent their areas, but the municipalities were then separate from their local government. So then everyone sitting here would be just regional district elected people. And so what does that look like? And so sometimes when you just look at that structure, does the Local Government Act almost inherently make some of these divisions, because now it's the regional district working with a local government for services, but we're trying to work together as one region. So, and then you're sharing staff, and what does that look like? So just kind of breaking it down and conceptually thinking of a regional district in a different way, what would that look like and how different would discussion be?
It's a really interesting thing to think about for sure, the structure of regional districts, or maybe more broadly, regional governments, regional governance. We can answer the question, what would it look like, by looking at some other provinces. So in Ontario, for example, they do exactly that, where it is saying we are going to have an election for regional municipalities, they call them, which are in fact, in essence, regional governments. And we're going to have elections for local municipalities. They don't have electoral areas. So, but municipalities tend to kind of, they have, in the north, they have a different thing. But yeah, you get then very much, you kind of then get a very different division of service responsibilities. So the regional governments tend to be the big utilities and those kinds of things, and then the local governments tend to be something else. So it's different, and it speaks also, when we talk about a federation, and that's kind of the real essence of the regional district system, when we talk about the federation, it's all about different entities coming together, as opposed to kind of a regional government. So it's, and I'm not talking against your ideas there, because I think, but it's a neat thing to think about. It's, will it ever change in British Columbia? I don't know. They had probably not. They did do a review of regional districts, I think 25 years after the model was introduced. But they got the guy who did the review was also the guy who created the system, and lo and behold, he thought it was awesome. So, so it's, yes.
Sorry, I'll follow up on that. Don Linsnode is working on an electoral area or a local
Some new
government
legislation on that.
review.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
there's been quite a bit of work that's gone into that. So it'll be interesting to see what comes out of it, and not suggesting that they would change it, just
Yes.
some food for thought on, like,
For sure.
you know,
Yeah.
because then what kind of regional services would you have that would be encompassing of the RD that doesn't break down those kind of lines that we have where this is a municipality, this is the electoral areas. And so then it's like, you know, could garbage collection be something that happens through the whole region and not based on municipality, because that's what we all kind of need as a service. So
Yeah.
it's kind of that broader thinking
Yeah,
on
and we
what
can,
does
we
that
can
look like?
create any regional service we want right now. We could have a regional water utility. We could have regional garbage collection. We could have regional parks. We could have all those kinds of things. We've chosen here not to do that, but other regions have chosen because they're in different circumstances. So yes, Director Giddens.
Thanks. I just thinking about the federation, I just wanted to acknowledge our staff. I too, like, while it's complicated around this table, it's really complicated for our staff. We have,
Absolutely, yes.
yeah, you know, we've got 9 electoral areas, and so that means for our staff, more than half their bosses are municipal directors, not derogatorily, but just saying they are that crew. So I have felt that, especially in this past year, that I have been really well supported with staff, and I think there's been a lot of very clear communication to me that when there's capacity issues, there's capacity issues. But I just wanted to reflect on that as well with the federation, that like the challenges, especially our CEO has navigating, 20 bosses, and then how do you get workflow done with the staff? But I just wanted to share that, and capacity and not funding, 1 million more staff people to do it. So getting clear on our purpose would be great.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, thank you for that. Speaking of staff, any thoughts, any input from staff? I know we've got everybody sitting here patiently observing to kind of get the flavor of the discussion and all that, but we got an expensive crew here. Like, let's hear from them. Any thoughts here on what you've heard? Federation. Anybody? Yeah, Jim.
There's been a lot of talk about working with other municipalities. We are trying where we can. One of the biggest, I think, issues would be the union issues, where if we want to have a collaboration or common services, we are a different union than the other 5 or the other 6 municipalities. However, we are reaching out. For instance, we're looking at contracts for operational health and safety coordinator, where we are funding 50%, and I'm asking the other municipalities to fund the other 50 for their own benefits. And we're being successful. So far, only one municipality reached out and said no. I won't say which one it is. And there was, we also reached out for a partnership for economic development. Those two would be true regional services, and wherever we can, we're going to be having another CAO meeting, and we're going to actually have it at the new building. So the new CAOs, the CAOs don't know this yet, but they're going to be invited next week to the new building and look at what else we can do as a team. And it'll be the first time that the CAOs are also going to invite the CAOs for the 4 First Nations. So when we say one region working together, we're including the 4 First Nations.
Nice. That's great. Thanks, Jim, for that. Anybody else like to chime in? No? Okay. We've got 15 minutes before I'm going to give you a coffee break. So before we get there, let's talk a little bit about, we've had some more esoteric discussion, if I can put it that way, generative discussion around idea of one region. What does it mean around collaboration, around what makes a federation work, about all those kinds of things. We've gone on some really cool tangents, talking about different structures available within the system, different changes to the system that we maybe conceive of one day. All of that aside, we do want to start to kind of hone in a little bit on some of the priorities that the Federation has set. Keeping in mind, we're going to focus on electoral areas after lunch and the more local government role. But when we think about priorities, moving into that part of the discussion, we've got our stuff from last year. We're going to check in on that, but panning out a little bit, as we think about our last year, and as we recognize also that the board is an ongoing body, so we can't just think about next year. We also want to think about what we're going to put in place for the regional district going forward. Let's talk about some of the issues, some of the needs, some of the opportunities that you see facing the region, facing at that federation level. It can be kind of at a local, broader sense of community level. It can be the sub-region, it can be the regional, but things that the federation needs to be thinking about, needs to be worried about. So give me a sense of what immediate or longer term issues, needs, and opportunities are facing the region. Director Gettins.
I've got 2, and then I won't say anymore, but definitely
You can say as much as you like.
the drought and the invasive mussels.
I missed that, sorry.
Drought and invasive mussels.
Okay. Okay, so a lot of, both of which arguably, I guess, kind of related to climate. Okay, Director Gilbert.
I think, you know, Director Taylor said it. I think I think times are going to get pretty tough economically, depending on what's going to happen between the relationship between Canada and the rest of our neighbors and some other allies as well. Yeah, I think for me, what I would like to really see is how do we connect the region better with transit. I know that we have like I believe the 50 with the Smil community, but you know, how do we promote that more? And I think we had the discussion too with the line between like a Soyuz and Costin, right? Like, how do we, so when people land in Penticton or land wherever, that they can take a bus to these areas to ensure that they're, you know, we create that like that one region outlook, like, oh, you want your fruit? Yeah, go, here's a bus that we have that's like right to Karamias. Or, you know, Princeton has their own, you know, the sculpture capital or whatever they have. But like, how do we, you know, focus on, you know, making it easy for people to get around the region so that they can, you know, patronize all the businesses and support the other municipalities as well. Because I think that's going to be a major issue. And I think too, like taking the direction with the economic development, we have to be looking at that. We don't have a lot of space in Penticton for industrial land. There's other places like OK Falls that it does. But, you know, I think there's going to be a lot of businesses that are going to be hurting and a lot of community organizations that are going to have to take on that need as well for food banks and services. So I think that's going to be a big thing that we need to look forward to.
That's awesome. That economic development and the transit, all the issues you mentioned, really thought of best at a regional level. They transcend all the borders. Princeton is the sculpture capital? I didn't realize that. Is that? Bronze sculpture, okay. Oh, what's, okay. Okay. I was in Nelson not too long ago and I drove back through Castlegar and it was said sculpture capital of Canada. But I looked at like what they qualify as a sculpture is pretty sketch. Like, it's like a pile of garbage on the side of the road. Yeah, sorry, Grant. Anybody here from Castlegar? Yeah, Director Roberts.
To follow up from Director Gilbert as well in regards to efficiencies and cost issues, and came from the CAO in regards to working together. I think one of our biggest concern, and I think Area F will agree in regards to water systems. We have, whether or not we're talking about drought and that moving forward, but it's the infrastructure. And there's got to be a balance between that which is private, that which is with other levels of government, and that which under our mandate, how we can work together to be more effective and more efficient. Because of policies and procedures in the past, we've isolated particular groups, which now are leading us in a down the road to ending up looking after a lot of broken systems.
Yeah.
So how do we, not only do we fix what's going on,
Yeah.
but we also, don't take your nose off and spite your face. It's,
Yeah.
you have certain things that are done right. So how do we work together with the province? How do we structure things to support the smaller levels of government that have small water systems, and those ones that we do have, how do we look after that? Because water is basically it. That's the number one
everything.
thing.
Yeah, no, really well put. Director McCordoff, then Director Monteith.
Thank you. Of course, water was number one on my list.
I'm
You
surprised.
figured that out. So water quality, water quantity, and conservation of water. If we don't have water, we're not living here. So we better put that as number one on the list. I'm also going to mention about the Castlegar sculptures because I was, not that I'm from there, but I was just there recently at a meeting with Etsy BC, and I got a brochure on the sculptures that are around there, and they're not just in Castlegar, they're in other areas they include, and they do have a yearly contest, and people can vote for the best sculpture and they get some kind of an award. So it is a big deal over in Castlegar, believe me.
All right. Again, apologies to Castlegar, yes. Director Monteith.
Thank you. To follow up on what the CAO mentioned about the unions, if all the member municipalities have a different union, isn't that something, could we look at that? Can we change unions? Like, what is the process of that? Because that would allow partnerships to happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know what the process, I don't know if it's ever
Well,
happened, but.
So the unions
just-
kind of, yeah, they exist.
I mean,
We can't change the unions, but one thing that is possible, I'm not saying you should do it, but if we look at other regional districts, you can have a regional labor relations function that attempts to equalize wages across municipalities and those kinds of things. So, but the unions themselves, they're separate entities. It's up to them how they wish to organize, but how government chooses to interact with and organize in that sense is important. And Director Coynes, you've jumped right into the phrase.
We used to have the Okanagan Mainline.
That's correct.
It was a bargaining
Labor
group.
relations group, yeah, bargaining
Yeah,
group.
and it fell apart because one community, I won't mention names, but one community didn't want to participate anymore and whatnot. But we are, Penticton and Princeton, we're QP 608. So we're not together, but we are part of the same union.
Gotcha. Vice Chair Watt.
Thank you again to the chair. A immediate long-term need and opportunity that I see that we are and will be facing is Indigenous relations.
Thank you. Yes, so true. And Vice Chair, would that encompass reconciliation, but also intergovernmental relations kind of thing?
100%,
Yeah.
it's both. And
Yeah.
it's odd at times that we talk one region word together and that we have multiple Indian bands in the area that we're not directly in communication with on every issue. I mean, if we're a region, we're a region. Sorry, but yes, it's both.
Yeah, yeah, really well said. Director Taylor.
Yeah, agree with all the points that have been raised, economic, infrastructure issues, First Nation issues. And on that point, I would like to have a place where we could have an open and safe dialogue on that, because I feel constrained at the moment. And not just because of Okanagan Falls, I just think it's public pressures. Three others, housing and potential role for RVs, and whether you want to mix in tiny homes to that or not, I don't know.
Yep.
Managing community expectations. I think we can have our little plan, and then the residents or group can get upset because we haven't fully informed them. And so then we're managing that fire, and it just takes so much effort, and we don't have that to go around. So yeah.
Those are excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah, really important. And yes, how to, because, and picking up on Vice Chair Watt's comments, but also your own on First Nations and Indigenous relations, how to have a safe conversation around that. It's very challenging for local governments. Some work with UBCM on how do we ensure that we can welcome First Nations in, but also recognize that our first priority, and Director Coyne would know this, is to our municipal and local government, regional district members. And so how do we kind of cross that threshold? All those kinds of things. Director Federico. Oh, there we go.
There we go. I guess only three of us can be on a time. Supporting industry, so, and possibly diversification. So, I mean, predominantly in my area is wineries, but there's less consumption of alcohol from the younger generation. So, how do we help support the industries that are here, and if they need to diversify? Because it'll be their livelihood, it'll be our tourism, it'll have a very large ripple effect. So it does lean into economic development, but I wanted to highlight that specifically just because our industries are significantly important in our areas, and we just need to make sure that they're supported and diversify if needed.
Yes, excellent. And that is a fascinating stat. You're right about the current generation, the younger generation not consuming as much, and something makes us all feel guilty, I'm sure, but I know I feel that when I'm with my kids at dinner. Dad's the only one drinking wine. Yes. And they're all in their 20s. I know. I know what's wrong with them. This generation is lost. Yes, Director Roberts.
Sorry to follow that up. That's the same issue, of course, just in regards to farming as a whole.
Yes.
And dealing with apples and cherries and the orchards, the recent closure of BC tree fruits,
Yeah.
you know, that's affected all our communities, and it's put different pressures on the industry as a whole.
Yeah.
So now we've got all these private and large facilities and farming infrastructure that's not necessarily, that's also taking up farmland
Yeah.
because there's not that cooperative
Yes.
process. So how do we look at that as a region? Can we reinstitute that, maybe not at a BC level, but can we do that as a regional level so that we can be more efficient in regards to supporting our agricultural industry?
Yeah, that's a great comment, and it really illustrates also even thinking like that. Like, is there a role we could play in this if it's of importance to all of us or to part of us? And that even thinking that is an illustration of just how, when this model of local government is used properly and to its full advantage, how flexible it can be to do different things. Director Gittins and then Director Federico.
Thanks. It just reminded me at UBCM, there was a really great conversation about the financial state of the province. And it was this very smart woman, I can't remember her name, who ran the Vancouver airport. And like, it was, I don't know, a lot of you probably went to that one. It was fascinating. And what they were saying is that we can't cut our way out of the situation we're at. So, you know, like before COVID, we had like a $6 million surplus. Now we're in a $12 billion deficit. And so with cuts, we also need to generate revenue. And she had said, it just stuck with me. Like the best thing you can say as a business owner when trying to get business is yes. The second best answer is no. And then the worst answer you can possibly give is maybe, let me look, not sure. So when I hear about like protecting our water, doing our trails, doing our transit, diversifying wineries, like we need to focus on that revenue generation or generation, not generation. Yeah. Oh, okay. And so we can keep our neighbors coming here because that's who does come here, the people that find a good weekend from Vancouver or Calgary and stuff. So I think we need to keep that balance of not just cutting and trying to get smaller, but also building some revenue for everyone.
Yeah, really. And so that would include not only as a corporation, but also as a region, like employment lands and kind of building the economy, those kinds of things. Okay.
The industrial area, like if we're running out of it in Penticton, I mean, like we as a region, we've got some communities that I think would welcome the business. So just
Absolutely.
really having a collective plan for some of those things, I think would be really helpful. West Bench does not want to be the next industrial area. I'm just going to put that out there right now. But I think, West Bench, not industrial area, but other places would welcome it.
Well, and right now in the Cowichan Valley, which is actually a very similar region to yours in the sense it's got a smaller number of municipalities. You have a fair number, but 9 electoral areas and very diverse and lots of different subregions in there. They're in the process of, they actually created one a little while ago, but really updating their region-wide industrial land strategy to say, look, our competition is not between area A and B, or between area B and Duncan. Our competition is Cowichan Valley versus Comox Valley versus Okanagan Valley versus all these other things. So Director Federico and then Director Monteith, and then we're going to break for coffee.
I'm thinking one thing that's come to light lately is air sheds.
Okay.
And I don't know if we've ever talked about it or looked at it, but I mean, we focus on our watersheds, which are 100% very important. But as we're talking about how we're impacting all of our other industries, I think we need to start looking at our airshed and what that looks like and what we need to be doing there.
For sure. No, well said. Thank you. Last word, Director Monteith, before coffee.
I'm gonna say the bad word, starts with a C, composting.
Okay. Geez, I was worried about what was
No. I know.
I was thinking of all the bad words that start with a C and none of them good.
But we rolled out a cart system that's not sustainable without composting, and we're really I've now got 3 reports of illegal dumping in my area because of garbage bags.
Yes,
So
illegal dumping,
we
huge
need
issue.
to address this. This is not acceptable.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's take 15 minutes and we'll come back and we're going to use what we just talked about as a bit of a platform and dive into the plan we have in place from last year, where we're making progress, where are we not, where do we need to do more, and also what do we need to add to that, take away from it, and so forth. So let's take 15 minutes. It's just going on we'll meet back at just before 11:15. Thanks.
I'm getting a thumbs up from Adam, so we can get started anytime, Alan. Or if you're ready, make your way back to your seats, please. We'll get started. I think we're ready. Anytime you're ready, Alan, go for it.
Thanks very much, Chair. That's great. I'll get Adam to put back the slides if we could. Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody, for coming back. Didn't have a choice, but yeah. But thanks anyway. We are now going to, okay, so thus far we've had some good discussions on federation, on what it means to collaborate, on the roles of the regional district, on how we're doing and what we can do to strengthen things. We've talked about some of the issues in the immediate future, i.e. 2026, but also going beyond that. And we've got a nice list of those. We want, and again, the morning focus being that of the Federation, Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen as a federation. Afternoon, we'll talk about the local government hat. But when we think of the broader region of the federation, we want to, and picking up on Director Bush's comments in his opening remarks, we want to go back and look at, okay, what did we say we were going to focus on last year? And where have we made some progress? Whether we quantify that or whether it's more qualitative, both can be very legitimate. And then where do we need to be refocusing some efforts, either on existing priorities or on new ones based on some of the needs, opportunities, and issues that we talked about, and perhaps other ones that you're thinking about now. So let's kind of, if I can get you, we've got this in your packets, we've got the document from last year, and we'll spend a little bit of time on this. In the document, we've got 5 different themes that the board had identified. The first being vibrant and diverse communities. And that's really listed as we support efforts to build complete and vibrant communities in which people of all backgrounds and circumstances can live, work, raise families, connect with one another, and enjoy a high quality of life. We'll come to the priorities under each of the themes in a moment here. Governance. This was identified as a theme, and we define that as we provide oversight, set strategic priorities, explore policy and service options, and make decisions through a governance structure that sets out clear roles and responsibilities for the board, board committees, staff, and communities. First part of that comment talks about the different modes of governance in which we engage, as every governing body does, the fiduciary, the strategic, the more generative, those kinds of things. Intergovernmental action. This was another theme that we identified, and we've spoken about this and the governance one to some degree thus far already this morning. We strive to build collaborative relationships with First Nations, member municipalities, and other regions on matters of mutual interest and benefit. And we seek to influence through effective advocacy the funding and policy decisions of the provincial and federal governments. Our fourth theme was natural environment and resiliency. We develop, advocate for, and implement practicable approaches aimed at mitigating greenhouse gas emissions, protecting sensitive ecosystems and landscapes, and building resiliency in the face of climate changes, wildfires, and other disasters. And then finally, we identified as a theme, growth and growth management. And we define that one as we develop progressive growth management policies that, taken together, promote development of affordable housing, address public infrastructure needs, respect the unique character of rural communities, protect agricultural lands and natural areas, and support social and economic priorities throughout the region. Those were the themes that we created. And you recall we did that over a series of workshops last fall. Under each of the themes, we had some priorities that we wanted to look at. And let's spend a little bit of time on that. They were originally conceived as outcomes, you'll recall, things that we wanted to achieve, and we reworded those as priorities to pursue. And that's how we presented them in the plan back to the board. And if we turn to the document, we want some questions to consider as we review the priorities. Where do you feel progress has been made? Which priorities remain important to pursue? And where is extra effort needed in the remainder of this term? Oops, there we go. So let's kind of go through some of these here, and I'll open up discussion. I'll start things off, and then we'll hear from folks. So the first one, under vibrant and diverse communities. The first priority the board set out was to explore economic development. So working with electoral areas and municipalities to explore the potential for economic development services and related initiatives aimed at attracting investment, creating jobs, and building resilient local economies. Has progress been made? Does it remain important to pursue? Is extra effort needed in the remainder of this term? Your thoughts? Yes. Jim?
So the last board meeting, the board authorized staff to apply for an economic development grant and authorized staff to approach the other 6 municipalities to see if they want to purchase the other 0.5%. So we have a full-time FTE. We have reached out. Thank you to Penticton. While they haven't signed on yet, they expressed interest. So Penticton maybe. A electoral area has expressed interest in purchasing the full 50%. However, that doesn't make it a regional EOC. But the other, we're still looking, EOC, economic development. However, the other municipalities still have a chance to sign on, but so does the electoral area.
Okay. Okay, economic development, we talked a little bit about this and some of the needs going forward. So does economic development for the region, and Jim's talked about some of the steps that have been taken, does it remain important to pursue? Director Federico?
I think so. I think this is definitely one area that we don't excel at, and we need to, because a lot of our other priorities and themes kind of fit into this. So without doing this well or having a position at all, it's kind of hard with the rest of them. So I'm one of the electoral areas who's put a significant amount aside and would buy some extra time because of how important it is.
Okay, thank you. Director Roberts?
In the Similkameen, with the Similkameen Valley Planning Society, which I'm the chair of right now, and Director Coyne is the vice chair. And in that, we have the 2 First Nations ability to be a part of it. One is involved at the moment. The other one is in discussions. At the same time, every other electoral area in and municipality is involved. So it's something that we're all putting funds into and looking at things moving forward. And we're working on our strategies. So it's something that we see as important. It's something that we've been doing as a valley for multiple years. Director Coyne will be able to speak more about it, because even when it started when I think he was a counselor in Princeton. So.
And is that, before you just leave us there, Director Roberts, so that's awesome about the Similkameen's efforts and stuff, and notwithstanding those efforts, do you see economic development and the idea of pursuing a regional service as being important in addition to what's going on in the Similkameen?
I see it as important in regards to keeping like a continuum.
Yeah.
So for instance, we're looking at how we draw people in and through, because we're on a transport corridor. And then through that, it's kind of like as I stated earlier, we don't, other than Princeton, we don't have the large facilities for people to stay. We're expecting them to go on to Osoyoos, Christina Lake, Penticton, Summerland. So it's, as they are coming through, we want them just to slow down a little bit, enjoy what we have to offer, and then take that on to the rest of the region. So that is also a part of our strategy, because we're also tied in with the Highway 3 group and other initiatives. So, that's, it supports, I believe it supports, and we believe it supports what the initiatives in the Okanagan are, because again, we're trying to draw people along the corridor through and into the other areas.
Yeah, thank you. And as Director Gilbert mentioned earlier in alluding and referring to the Central Okanagan Economic Development Commission at the regional level, that body plays that has a region-wide focus within which we have the municipalities doing their own local economic development for themselves or a sub-region. So the two don't have to be in conflict with one another, I guess is the point. Director Coyne.
Just before I start, I do want to say I 100% support economic development. That being said, I'm not sold on the way that we're pursuing this right now. I think it's a good effort, but I just don't think it's going to work the way we're thinking it's going to work. I think if we were to look at it as a regional effort, then it needs to be a full regional effort through a service agreement bylaw that we're all part of, not buying in piecemeal. Because I'll tell you right now, my community's not going to, and we have a full-time EDO already doing those jobs, right? So it's going to be really hard to convince my council to come back and say, well, we're going to throw in and for 0.2 or 0.3 or whatever % of this time. So I think we need to, I think we kind of put the cart before the horse here when we applied for the grants. I think we need to sit down and figure out exactly what we want to do here. Is this an umbrella organization? Are we going to actually be in the field doing ECDev? Are we going to be tourism orientated? Are we going to be industrial oriented? Like, there's a lot of questions that we haven't answered, and we're applying for funding. Area D has its own economic development bylaw. You have your own, Naramata has a plan. The Similkameen has its own bylaw. Princeton has its own EDO. I just, I think, you know, right now at the regional level, we're working on a network. I think that's what we should have been talking about, as a localized network. And then we come out of that with a strategy and a plan to then move forward. But I don't feel that that's where we're at. So I don't want to see it go away. I think we need to sit down and seriously discuss this with the professionals in the room and the professionals outside of this room, and see what the model is going to look like. And that's, I mean, 20 years of this, and even before that, we've watched EDOs come and go. We've watched this effort across the valley come and go, because if you don't get it right, the public turns on you, and it goes away, and it takes a decade to get it back running. So we got to do it right the first time, or don't do it.
No, that's a very important point. And when we look at economic development, it's one of those service areas where you often have kind of a time lag between your investment and what you can see as a return, and it's often difficult to even connect the dot at all. And so finding a way to kind of structure that, to temper expectations, to ensure that the roles are very clear vis-a-vis the roles of other players, not just locally, not just through societies, for example, the Similkameen, but also other players like Community Futures. The ecosystem is pretty rich out there, who's doing what, and finding a way to fit into that carefully is really important. Director Gittins.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of the comments that Director Coyne made. But I think it's also why it would be great to have somebody do that. I don't know very much about what you all do in the civil community economic development, or really what the plan is in Naramata beyond hearing what is at this table. So if we had somebody who could collate that information, come up with some recommendations, figure out what's happening, and give us the information, because I don't think our staff had the time to do it. And when you have a grant, you have an opportunity to pilot something. And if you're further ahead, I think, excellent. We will have somebody to work towards to try and catch up to, but I don't have anything in economic development for Area F. And if there's partnership available for it, why not get the grant and get some of that groundwork done?
So use some of that then to help define the role, bring the information together, those things, for sure. Then yes, Director Coyne.
But that's where my frustration is that's not what we're doing. What we're going to do is we're going to hire an economic, from what we've just heard, we're going to hire an economic development person for the RD, EA areas. The municipalities can buy into it. If you don't buy into it, you're not part of it. That's the problem. Like, if we're going to do this, the Central Regional Districts version is actually probably one of the more successful versions in the province, run through the RD. It's run through a separate arm, but it's funded through the RD. It needs to be all in one. Like, we all have to participate, or it's just you guys, and then it's not the rest of us. And that's what this is gearing up to be. If Penticton buys into it, awesome. But I can't convince my community to pay more than what we're paying for the same thing. So that's why, if we do it as a bylaw, and we already have one, we can use the money that we use for the film commission comes out of an economic development bylaw. We can change that, we can add to it, and we can fund this through that bylaw. It's already there. And then everybody participates, even if it's a little bit, but we all participate. And then I can go home and I can tell my economic development department and my council that we're going to work with the regional district, but I can't ask them for more money from the town to make this happen. If it's coming from the regional district taxation, totally different situation.
Yeah, no, well said. Let me go to Director Taylor and then go to Jim for a comment.
Yeah, I don't really want to turn this into a debate on this one issue, which is kind of what we're doing right now, I feel. think there's a lot of different ways of getting from A to B. You can go to the left, you can go to the right, over, under, whatever. We happen to be going one way now. We may have a bylaw. We may have a bylaw, but we don't have any wheels under it. Okay. I view the way we're going as just a way of starting to get some motion. People can join in later. I don't think the door is ever going to be closed. So anyway, enough said on that one. From my perspective, looking at all these priorities here, Mr. Nielsen, I don't have any concern with leaving all of them on.
Yep.
I just feel that one of them is almost more important than the other, and that's providing infrastructure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
So.
thank you very much for that. Okay, Jim, did you want to say something? And then we'll.
Just to add on to the economic development issue, my vision would be that if we get the grant, everybody would be involved. It's just that if we are able to get municipalities to buy into it, we can do more. So I see it as a regional economic development.
Oh, Director Holmes.
Yeah, I guess the issue I have with the strategic plan, the way it's set out here, is that I think under each priority, there ought to be a list of actions that will be there, that we check off as we go through our term. Then we'll be able to determine whether this ought to continue as a priority or not. So we can see what progress is being made. It's hard to say right now without actually seeing what actions have been done and accomplished and what's still planned to do.
Sure.
So that's what I struggle with. It's really hard to just say, oh yeah, we're doing well on that, or we're not doing well, because you don't have anything there to show me that we're doing well or not in it. And if we have that, as what Director Taylor was saying, you can have some priorities that are more priority than other priorities, and those will probably have more actions in them than the other ones. So which is fine, perfectly fine. So.
Okay, so what I'm hearing then is the idea that when we come back with a plan going forward, have our priorities, but then have staff identify actions under each of those that they intend to take, so that the board then can get a better sense of what's being accomplished.
I would prefer that way. I'm not sure about everybody else, but.
Okay. Let's look at, if there's no other comment on economic development, when we look at the other priorities, notwithstanding Director Holmes's points, excellent points. If we look at creating connections, if we look at supporting families in terms of housing development in small communities, and if we looked at protecting character, so regional, sub-regional, local levels, introducing new land use measures to direct density and urban development to defined areas and protect the character of rural communities. Director Roberts.
Thank you. This is something I'm struggling with a little bit as well. When we look at infrastructure needs, and we talk about housing, and then we look at rural areas where we can't afford the infrastructure that is demanded by the rules and regulations in certain other areas. Now, I have an area that doesn't have zoning and doesn't have building bylaws. I have initiated part of that, and I'm kind of like almost dipping back out of it a little bit, because again, I want to have this discussion around how do we work outside of the box to meet the needs in our community the way our communities are. Because what happens is when all of a sudden it's a cookie cutter approach, it doesn't work. And again, this is where we end up with the struggle when we talk about sub-regional issues, the Similkameen versus the Okanagan. It's not that I agree or disagree on certain issues. It's just the reality, and we look at the cost implications. So how do we work within our individual citizens, socioeconomic constraints, and in regards to our land use constraints, and then how do we work into the differences in our different areas, regions, or not regions, but sub-regions of the area, because we have housing needs, but again, like let's take the Similkameen Valley as an example. Then it would mean the only place that you can build is in Princeton and in Keremeos. There's nowhere else, because we don't have the money for sewer treatment. we have private water systems run by improvement districts, or not private, local governance through improvement districts and irrigation districts. But the taxpayer as a whole in those areas, it's impossible with the amount that we have, the amount of people for one, and then of course socioeconomics in regards to the individual areas is a lot different. And so how do we meet those housing needs? And I'll use an example. For instance, there's a lot of, let's say for the term on agricultural land, agro housing that is actually rent housing for our local area. If I want to, within the rules, and start to enforce and get rid of those, automatically I run into a housing problem, because right now that is actually solving a problem in the community with the low income, the people that are serving you your coffee, pumping your gas, live in these facilities because that's all they can afford. So it's a conundrum. You want to move forward with health and safety and create a structure for communities to grow reasonably. But at the same idea, it's like you could end up, as they say, throw the baby out with the bathwater, and all of a sudden now you got another problem with no one has anywhere to live because you've regulated them. Legislation turns to gentrification.
So when we think of the priorities the board identified of like supporting families, protecting character, creating connections, those kinds of things, you're suggesting then, if I'm hearing correctly, that those are fine, but it's where they land in the different areas is how they look in the different areas, what we do in those areas to achieve those outcomes is what's important.
Yeah, we might have to think outside of the box in different, they're not, it's not all the same. It's not apples and apples. You know, the base issue is the same, and we need to address it regionally, and we have to see it as a priority regionally. And then we have to look at options of how do we deal with it sub-regionally in regards to the realities around land use and socioeconomics.
Yeah. So again, regional priority, but how it gets applied in different areas is more of a bespoke kind of system to recognize different conditions in place. Okay, that's really important. Any other thoughts on that? In terms of when we think of the that first set of vibrant and diverse communities, we've talked about economic development. We've talked about some of the other things. I'm not hearing anybody say these are not priorities, but how they actually play out, whether it's economic development, how we structure that, how we treat that, and then how we build complete communities, how we kind of support families is going to need to differ based on where we are in the region. So we can't take a one size fits all approach. We can have the single priority as being important region wide, but how we apply that's going to be different. Okay, let's move on. Governance. So we talked about governance stuff and how governance really, how does the board work? How does the board make decisions? How does the board set its priorities and ensure that options are being thought through? What structure is in place to allow discussion on issues that are of importance to the different groups that comprise the board, or the different jurisdictions that comprise the board? We talked about board committees. We've got some terms of reference in draft form in front of the board to talk about. You'll recall we had our discussion a month and a half ago on that, and in that discussion, the board endorsed the idea of a pilot project that would say, let's replace our existing committees in our committee structure with, in essence, two committees. One is going to be committee of the whole that will involve the entire board and going to deal with issues of a non-local government, non-electoral area nature. So that's going to capture a lot of the stuff that was in a lot of the former committees. But then importantly, the big one then, the Electoral Area Services Committee, is a forum in which electoral area directors can come together to really dive into some of the service issues that are of importance to the electoral areas, and to actually then put forward recommendations to the board, because all of our committees are advisory committees that don't have decision-making authority. So put forward recommendations to the board on land use approval or application approvals and those kinds of, and any other issues that relate to electoral area services. So a way to try to streamline the governance system overall, but also to provide forums for the proper dialogue on some of these issues that affect different groups of constituencies and jurisdictions. Any thoughts in terms of, we're going to go through the draft terms a little bit after lunch, but any thought in terms of creating effective board committees, strengthening board staff relations, engaging communities as our three priorities under governance? Do those remain valid? Are we making progress in your sense, notwithstanding Director Holmes's comments earlier? Are we missing something there? Director Roberts.
I think just by your presence and what you've been working on, that of course has been an initial step, and we really appreciate it. And I think we're working in the right direction.
Okay.
I think now it's just more about what is this overall thing, what we're doing this afternoon and talking about.
Yeah.
How does that look at the bottom? And then are there some structural things that we can do to encourage that? Because I believe that once you do it, it also looks at how you manage your staff, the staff system to support those different governance models, because I believe it will take a different flow in regards to communications and support and follow up.
That's absolutely true. Is that when we make a change at the board level and with committees and stuff, Jim and his team are going to say, okay, how do we then make sure that we're supporting this properly? Director Taylor.
Just flag somewhere in here as an action that we're going to see these bulleted action items, something about relooking at how our commissions work, the commission bylaws.
Yeah.
Because I think they're outdated and we've got a bit of a two-headed monster that doesn't, it may work with the right people there, but if you follow the bylaw, I don't think it works.
Yeah. The right people always make it work, but yes.
Yeah.
We never get them. Yes. Okay.
Yeah,
So you're speaking of commissions being the Parks and Recreation Commissions, Advisory Planning Commissions, those types. Okay, perfect. Yes. Yes. Okay, Director Giddens.
There, I got it.
Oh, okay. The strengthened board staff relations.
Yep.
I think that has been greatly improved.
Okay.
And I think there's been a lot of really good changes on that. I definitely feel like with areas that are, like with things that are specific to Area F, that very, very most often of the times I am well informed. And yeah, so I think that's been going really great. The engaging with communities as well. I think that there's a little bit of shift that might be happening now around the role of the communications department. And like that oversight of all the communications that are going out. I think we've talked a bit about that, but that too still is improving from where we were. So I just want to say that as well.
That's great. That's excellent. Thank you for that. Any other thoughts on governance and the suite of priorities we put in there? Are we missing anything? Or anything to remove? Director Federico.
Thank you. Yeah. I mean, creative, effective board committees, if that's something we're already working on, could probably remove. Although we are working on that. So I don't know if it's just a whole section be removed or whether we just need it to remain there as a reminder to kind of keep going. But in the interest of how many others we have and simplifying a little bit, I'd be okay either striking one or two off or just removing the section.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea, given that the movement's on there as well. So, okay, thank you. Okay, let's move on to intergovernmental action. So engaging Indigenous communities, this came up as something that's going to be very important for the board, for the regional district going forward. Partnering with municipalities, we've heard about already. Director Monteith made some points on that, and influencing other orders of government, so the advocacy. So we've got reconciliation and intergovernmental relations as it relates to Indigenous peoples. We've got partnering with municipalities and some potential to strengthen the federation there, but also to gain some efficiencies and advocacy to other orders of government as it relates to infrastructure, but so many more things as well. Comments? Anybody disagree that these are ongoing priorities that the board should be focused on? Okay. Moving on then. So under our natural environment and resiliency, so everything from climate action to protection of environment, excuse me, securing regulations and funding on its own and in collaboration with others, advocate for flexible approaches, enhanced authority and the funding necessary to target emissions and protect the environment. Supporting protective services, continue to refine, strengthen, and support its regional protective services function, so including fire and wildfire interface and so forth. And then exploring traditional Indigenous knowledge and biomitigation measures. So looking at alternative ways, thinking outside the box, as it were, in that sense. So let's talk a little bit about what's good here, what you feel there's been some progress on, what needs some more work, or what we're missing when it comes to environment and resiliency. Yes, Director Roberts.
Thank you. I think the support protective services is one that's really moved to the forefront since it was made one of the priorities. Not that, everything can continue on and be working in the right direction, but I just think specifically that one, there's been a lot of emphasis in regards to the management and staffing and basically just the organization as a whole with protective services.
Yeah, there's been a real sea change in that for sure. Yes, Director Coyne.
Yeah, to echo what Director Roberts was saying, just looking over the Electoral Area Service Committee outline that, and it's got emergency planning and preparedness separated from the committee that we have and put in here. And I think that's one thing that we probably should keep as a standalone committee, just because it does affect all of us. And Jim's done an amazing job at trying to bring the whole region together on that and whatnot. So I wouldn't want to see that separated out. I do have a question for staff though. It'd be like, when was the last time we did a deep dive on looking at our climate action plan and have we done any work with probably the Okanagan Nation to see if we could integrate those two plans or that plan with their traditional knowledge and whatnot?
Good question. Yeah.
That's a good question. We haven't. However, one of the things that the board's going to get a report from me to let the board know that as of yesterday, we now have an intergovernmental division without any new resources, but a reallocation of resources. So that will be one of their homework, one of the priorities that they can work on. So I do stress there's no new staff, just a reallocation of resources.
How about with, go ahead, Director Roberts.
I think there's a lot of things that have been going on in regards to collaboration. I think that Director Coyne was asking about whether or not it's the collaborative, what is it, the collaborative
leadership table?
Yep. That's, with the ONA and that's around water and protective. So there are steps. They're coming from different agencies and areas, or whether or not we're doing it in our own communities. But I believe to support Director Coyne, what are we doing to kind of bring synergy with all of that?
Yes. And I think all of the mayors and the chair, I think here are signatories to the CLT. Have I got that right? Okay. Yes. Yeah, come in just a sec, Matt. Go ahead.
Just a quick note, Matt Weller, Sustainability Manager here, just on Director Coyne's question around the Climate Action Plan. We are currently in the midst of preparing a corporate climate action plan, which is specifically for the regional district, but also in terms of a regional approach, we're looking at the community climate action plan, which needs to be reviewed in the coming years, as well as preparing to develop a regional climate action and energy working group, which will include our member municipalities and First Nations. So that's in the works at the moment.
Super. Thanks very much. So something very holistic and inclusive. Director Taylor.
Comment and a question. Just in regard to the wording of the third point, I'm just wondering if it should be focused entirely on traditional Indigenous knowledge. To me, we should be open to any new knowledge that's out there. And I just question having the focus on traditional Indigenous knowledge. I would see that as being an important part of it. We should be recognizing everything that's out there.
Okay.
And I guess, well, I think this is a good overall goal. I guess this is a question for staff. I'm completely out of my depth in this topic, but can we really impact anything? Are we really going to, we're going to spend a bunch of money analyzing stuff, and are we going to come up with anything that's any different from Kootenays or Thompson Nicola motherhood statements? But is it anything that we're actually going to be able to make a decision and then do something on?
Yeah. Good question. Any thoughts?
And I guess politically, it's crucial that we have something that says we're focused and interested and all that kind of stuff. We are.
Yes.
But are we able to turn the wheel anywhere?
Yes, Director Monteith.
Thank you through the chair. So I've heard from my fire chief that we've lost out on grant applications that they can't apply for because we don't have a plan. So I think that we need one, whether it's perfect or not, we need something.
Okay, Director Coyne. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a climate action plan, hopefully it works into your planning and your bylaws and your zoning and everything else, whether it's floodplain and flooding and fire smarting, and that can all be part of your climate action plan, tree canopies, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, the list goes on and on. It's not like we're trying to stop everybody from driving a car or flying in an airplane. What we're trying to do is those small incremental things that are actually achievable by local governments. And the province does want us to have a climate action plan. We do have one. We already do have a plan. It's close to 15 years old now. The province came out with funding, and everybody did one, and the regional district did one and whatnot, but there's never been an update to them. Most communities haven't and whatnot. And as to the comment about traditional Indigenous knowledge, I think there's a separation. There's Western knowledge and Western science, and then there's traditional knowledge. And I think if you integrate those two, you'll find that they overlap. But you have to remember that before colonization, this was not just a untouched land. It was very much managed by our ancestors, and the ecosystem that everybody inherited was because of millennia of people doing the work on the land. So there is a knowledge there that is not necessarily known by traditional Western science.
No, fair. Yeah, and that's been recognized with the current or the new provincial emergency preparedness legislation and others for sure. I've got Director Coyne the Elder online. I've elevated you.
So you've raised my stature.
I know. It's like Gandalf the Elder.
So two things. First of all, is there a slide deck that should be running with this? Because we're way back at strategic plan. Where do we feel progress has been made and whatnot? And I'm kind of lost with what's going on here. But the other thing is that the climate action plan, it all leads into all of the work that emergency management has done. It's been the change in emergency management within the regional district in the last 3 years or so has been phenomenal. It's a different mindset, but we're also kind of sort of eager, willing, and able to deal with things that we were never dealt with before. We just wait and see. And, we now have tiger dams sitting ready to go, and in a couple locations, we have a really, really good Fire Smart program that's working out throughout the entire district. And that's all part of it. And, kudos to those folks that have worked on that, because they've done one heck of a good job. So
Can I just suggest if I think the problem is that that's all they'll see on their screens at home is just our slide. And if
Yeah.
we're just doing discussion, to have the slides off and then they can see.
Sure, we can turn the slides off. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so Director Coyne, just so why don't we, Adam, why don't we turn the slides off? And just so you know, Director Coyne, we are actually just going through the document. So I think that was sent out to all directors as part of the package. So we're kind of working our way through talking about under each of the themes, the different priorities. Excuse me. Okay, I think I had a hand up earlier. Director Gittens, did you? Nope, okay. Let me ask about, did you have a hand up, Director Roberts? No, okay. Anybody got a hand up? No, okay. Let me ask about, I want to just kind of go back a little bit. That was a good discussion on natural environment resiliency. Just going back to intergovernmental stuff, Indigenous relations. So we kind of skirted over that one fairly quickly. And it was identified as something that's important going forward. What is the board's sense in terms of priorities, in terms of actions that need to be taken, in terms of progress that has been made or hasn't been made? Maybe this is the safe space that we talked about earlier, having a conversation. Director Monteith.
Thank you. The board, I know some of the EAs that are around Penticton have been looking forward to a C2C with PIB that we've never had since 2018. We've been asking for that.
Yeah.
And I know speaking with them, they were willing many times to have that happen.
Okay. Okay. So that remains an opportunity then to proceed with that. Okay. Director Holmes.
I think this is an area where we shouldn't be necessarily working in isolation. We ought to be working with municipalities.
Yep.
And because we all share the same relationship. And as an example, we are working with the PIB to co-lead a source water protection plan in the Trout Creek watershed. And it's really important that the RDOS be part of that. So, these are the sort of things, projects that we all need to be working together on.
Okay. Thank you. Director Federico.
I think it also, this one, I think has a couple different levels because staff have different relationships with different staff at the bands as well. Like our Parks Department has a relationship with PIB and some of the other bands on one level. And then communications may have a relationship on another level. And then Jim's got a different relationship on a different level. So I think this one's very layered. So if we're staying broad, does this necessarily capture those layers? And I think to have a broad statement on how's this going, well, again, it's the different levels, and some levels is going maybe well, some levels not so well. So just kind of understanding that.
Okay. So yes. Okay. Thank you. Director Gittens.
Thanks. I wanted to also, I agree with Director Federico that I think some of our staff, or probably all of them, I don't know, anyway, staff have a great relationship with the PIB, and I'm just talking about PIB because that's the band closest to my area. And I definitely see our community, like our community members connecting with our PIB neighbors very differently. Like they're much more supportive. There's joint Facebook groups and sharing of that's really new and different. I think the political part, is challenging because their election is 2 years different than our election. So, that's going to happen 2 years out. And I also think my alternate is from PIB, and it's purposeful that he's from PIB. And so I think even though we may not as an elected group, well, I don't have a CSC. I know when there's communications happening, like in Oliver and Osoyoos or Wilkie Falls, that's happening. So I agree there's different layers and levels of it. For me, the most important part is to continue to support the staff to develop them because they are the constant. And yes, I just think it's challenging with the different timeframes and everything as well as the election. So I'm really pleased with things, how they've moved forward. And yeah, like at the last board meeting, you know, that there's conversation about a trail that goes through Westminster that we've never had the conversation about ever since 60 years ago about that trail being, you know, so I want to keep spreading that partnership, and I'm less concerned about meeting politically now. I think I can just pick up the phone and call if I need to.
Okay, great, excellent. Super. Okay, well, let's move on and talk about the last theme that we have in the priorities I identified under their growth and growth management. So 3 priorities: establish regional policy framework. So completion of the regional growth strategy, establish and implement a policy framework required for progressive growth management throughout the region, optimize development approval function, make sure that we are streamlined there, and then providing infrastructure. So it comes back, we've talked a lot about infrastructure, the importance of that, but through advocacy, long-term planning, use of development finance measures and so forth. The RDOS will work to ensure that infrastructure is in place to support growth and address utility-related health and safety needs. Director Roberts has talked about that a number of times this morning. What's the board's sense in terms of this set of priorities continuing to be important? Are we making progress on them? Do we need to be thinking about some other priorities under here? Director Coyne.
Can I just add to the provide infrastructure?
Sure.
I think a big part of, especially right now with the way the economy is and our provincial government, we need to do more advocacy for infrastructure and not just at a local level or a provincial level, but at a federal level. I mean, I was just came back from a conference in Ottawa, and everybody there is talking about infrastructure, but they're talking about infrastructure for economic growth and all the rest of them. They're talking about Canada Builds, but the one thing none of them wanted to talk about was, you know, the water and the sewer. And I cornered a couple economists, and I said, well, why is that not part of this conversation? Like, it's all great to have all this growth, but if our municipalities who are already suffering can't keep up with this growth, then we have no growth. And it's not even really recognized at that level. And I think we need to be louder as local government.
Okay. And is local, like we've got, when we talk about advocacy in the plan here, and under one of the priorities, we talk about kind of working through UBCM, SILGA, others. Are we doing, is it more than that?
I think so. I mean, being on UBCM board, I mean, they're focused on, you know, these infrastructure grants and whatnot, but I don't think, and even FCM, I mean, they have some infrastructure grants, but I don't think there's a loud enough voice from local government.
Yeah.
Like we depend so heavily on UBCM and FCM to be our voice.
Yeah.
That, I mean, there's almost a dozen different receptions every night in Ottawa.
Yes.
You are one voice in a wilderness.
Yes.
And I don't think our advocacy groups really have a loud enough voice. And if we were all standing behind them with the same voice, that I think we could rise above the rest of the noise.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. One of the models that I think you've referred to and Director Roberts has referred to is the Highway 3 collective. I know it's not the right term, but that idea as being very effective. It kind of, is that kind of a go ahead.
Yeah. So the highway, so there's a bunch of different aspects to Highway 3, but one of the ones we have and the chairs on it as well. And so is Director McCardoff and Director Weeb is the highway part of it, the Highway Mayors and Chairs Highway 3 Mayors and Chairs Coalition. Every year we pick 5 priorities that we go to the province with,
Right.
and united, we say these are the 5 priorities we want to see accomplished.
Yeah.
And I think that coalition's been together between 15 and 20 years now.
Yeah.
And in that time, if anybody's drove between Princeton and just for example, Princeton and Hope, you've seen the improvements along the highway. And that is because every year we have a section of our section of highway and a section, you know, in the boundary or Kootenays and all the way to the Alberta border. And it gives the province something to focus on, and they know we're not going to fight with each other.
Yeah.
So if we were to do that across the province and we all came to the table and we told UBCM, we told FCM, we told the province, we told the feds, this is what we want to see done. We need the money in these places.
Yeah.
I think we could get a little bit more traction.
Yeah, the nice thing about that model is it really takes a lot of pressure off the funders who never want to be in a place where they're having to kind of say yes to one and no to the other. So if people come together and say, we got one group of yes.
Yeah, because like when we were at advocacy days this year for UBCM, we advocated for three things, and one of them was funding for infrastructure, and we were using the same formula as the gas tax. And anybody who's received gas tax knows the bigger you are, the more money you get. It's not always the bigger guys that need the more money. It's the smaller guys that need the more money because we can't even compete. So when you're only getting $180,000 versus, you know, the city of Vancouver that's going to get millions, it's not the right way to go. So I think we need to be that voice.
Okay. Okay. Any other thoughts, Director Federico?
Yes, thank you. So the voice on that smaller rural communities. So eventually the province and the federal government are going to force some of this infrastructure on us because the septic system way won't be seen as environmentally friendly. But our challenge is that, as we've seen with a few of our current systems, you have too few houses that are on them, that it's an astronomical price tag. And so in the advocacy of different model of funding to be able to help support it, but then either higher levels of government weren't necessarily local government or local politicians at one point in time, so don't always understand the smaller communities. They're mainly from the bigger urban centers, so they have that bigger urban lens on. And so it's the creativity for us. So like for Area E, we're working on a liquid waste management plan that I've asked to have creative solutions in there that isn't just a sewer. So we can look at how we can develop and look at some of these other priorities that are in there. So we need to find those creative solutions that work within the system that aren't going to cost a ton of money because we know we won't get it. We're just too small.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much for that. Let's talk a bit about and maybe I can get the slides put up again, if you could. Thank you. That's been very helpful feedback, and these kinds of exercises, we go from having interesting, esoteric kind of type focused and generative discussions on forward looking, reflective on how we're structured, how we work together, to stuff where we get down to the more basic, down to the nitty gritty a little bit. And so they become a little less inspiring. So everything we talk about is kind of the raw materials being put back on the table. How do we organize this stuff? What's important? What isn't? So as we go through the next little while and after lunch in particular, I think we're going to see that it's going to be, you know, shirt sleeves rolled up. It's not going to always feel like a happy conversation, but it's all super important stuff. Thanks, Matt. I'm just waiting to get there we go. Okay. We talked earlier about the issues, the needs, the opportunities. We talked about that. We identified things like drought, invasive mussels, economic uncertainty, transit, economic development, and the need for industrial land certainty, efficiencies, cost control, water systems, infrastructure. We talked a lot about that. Working with the province as part of that water system stuff, water quality and quantity. We talked about some other issues going forward. Indigenous relations, housing, community expectations, how do we temper those? Industrial diversification and farming as well. That's a long list. A lot of them arguably are going to be captured in some of the priorities for the Federation that have been set out. Are there things that you thought about earlier, or the things that we identified earlier as being important for the 2026 going forward and beyond that haven't been captured in what we've got in front of us? Director Coyne.
Well, thanks for the recap because I missed all that.
Yeah.
But one of the things that I I don't even know how we would address it, but power certainty.
Power certainty.
So, okay, Falls, Princeton are both, I think, in a similar, like electricity supply for our industrial parks, and that is, they say there is, but there isn't always enough electricity for that. And we have one power supplier that holds us up.
Yeah, for sure. That's an issue I know in the central area as well. And like power certainty is like a big deal. All for us. Yes. Director Federico.
Sort of under social responsibility, so under social development, there's been talk about either regional social development role. We don't currently have one at the RD. And so a role there that supports all our residents, but those that are most vulnerable, and then can help tie into our housing and all of that stuff, but we're missing that component.
Okay. And Penticton, right, is there an effort right now with some of the municipalities around homelessness, around social protections, around those kinds of things? Maybe I'm misinformed, or maybe sorry? Sort of? Okay. Okay. Yes, Director Holmes.
A couple things. I guess it falls under infrastructure, but our move, we need to make sure that goes smoothly. We don't want it. I think we shouldn't just take it for granted that it's all going to be smoothly. It's going to take some effort.
Yes.
So that'd be one. And then the other thing is recognizing the current economic reality, and that we might need to keep our budgets under control.
Yeah, good point. Director Roberts.
Thank you. On that specific, how do we look at budgeting? I think sometimes it's our efficiencies as well. We've had the discussion before in regards to what government does best, but a lot of times we do things at a very high cost. Are there efficiencies that we can do? Are there models? Like, because I don't know, I've made the joke between the private home or getting the neighbor to dig a hole, but if we do it, by the time we get to the hole, we're already spent 10 times more because of process. Whether or not those are processes that we have no control over because it's other levels of government, but are there efficiencies that can be found? Are there ways to think outside of the box to be able to work it so that we can provide services to our communities and do it in a manner that doesn't, again, kick them out of their home because they can't afford it?
Yeah. And so that kind of dovetails nicely with the economic uncertainty and the pressure around incomes and stuff. And Director Monteith talked earlier about those municipal partnerships being a key way to kind of leverage some things too. So yeah, lots of different ideas. How does that become part of the thinking, for sure? Okay. Okay, let's pause there. It's only 11:45. We haven't got lunch here yet. So what I'm going to propose is that we move on a little bit, and there's lunch. We're not having I don't know, maybe we are having hamburgers. We're not having hamburgers. Sorry if I've raised expectations now. We can probably turn the slides off for a moment, Adam. That's okay, thanks. Let's look at our committee terms. Because we've got 15 minutes before we have lunch coming, and we can start at least get into this a little bit right now, because we know from our strategic plan we just went through for the Federation, one of the purpose, or one of the areas of focus, one of the priorities was going to be to look at how we're going to restructure our committee system. We had some discussion around that at the end of summer. We've kind of come back now with acting on the board's decision to undertake a pilot project that looked at reducing the current number of committees from 5 committees of the whole, in essence, different subject areas, down to 2 committees. 1 committee of the whole for the full board, by definition, and 1 for electoral area services. Let's start with committee of the whole first, if we could. And I just like to, and again, I want to emphasize these are draft. These are the kind of prompt thinking, but we'll just go through this if we could. So, Standing Committee of the Regional District of Okanagan-Milking Board of Directors, established under the Act, considers and provides recommendations to the RDOS Board on matters related to the sub-regional and regional services. The committee also serves as a forum, less formal than the board of directors, for the discussion of issues of common interest and concern to the regional district and its jurisdictions, including member municipalities. The comment under establishment here, I think, tries to put this in perspective and help the reader, and in this case, the board, understand kind of where this came from. So the Committee of the Whole and the Electoral Area Services Committee of the RDOS are established to replace the board's former select committees, which included the 5 listed there. In general, matters addressed by these select committees that relate specifically to the electoral areas and their services are assigned to the Electoral Area Services Committee. All other matters are assigned to the Committee of the Whole. So then we get into some specific committee responsibilities. The Committee of the Whole considers and, where warranted, provides recommendations to the board on matters related to sub-regional services provided to different combinations of areas and member municipalities, regional services provided to all jurisdictions of the regional district, governance, including board and committee procedures, finance, including the annual financial plan, legislative services, human resources, advocacy and intergovernmental relations, reconciliation with First Nations and Indigenous peoples in the Okanagan-Similkameen, advisory committees, commissions, boards, and other external organizations to which board members are appointed, and any other topics delegated to the committee by the board. And when we go through the list of our existing committees and we look at the responsibilities assigned to each of those, most of those are captured under here now, with the exception of a lot of the local planning stuff, which will come to under electoral area services. But a lot of that stuff captured here, and we always put in that really this committee, the board can delegate, can assign anything to this committee that it wishes to assign. The caveat being that it's for the region as a whole as opposed to electoral areas. Director Roberts.
So my question here is that when you have things, like for instance, we have over curbside in the electoral, because again, we've got a curbside, what do you call it, contract.
Yep.
But overall, we have solid waste management.
Good point.
So is it something where you could have something that has 2 components that straddle, but then overarchingly are then dealt with at the board level?
Absolutely could be. And I've worked in a regional district that had a number of committees that sometimes things would be assigned to one and there'd be an element that applied to another. So it went back to the board for reassignment. I think we would limit that a little bit, but you're quite right. If we think of financial, or I beg your pardon, solid waste management planning, that's a regional service and there's a role for the board there. When we think about the specific service as it relates to the electoral areas, curbside collection, the operation of that service, that kind of stuff would be for the electoral areas. Director Barco.
Thank you. I can see the reason for an electoral area services committee, but why even bother having a committee of the whole? This idea that it's a forum less formal than the board of directors meetings isn't true. The meetings are exactly the same. So why bother titling it committee of the whole? Just have a regular board meeting.
And absolutely that's something the board could do. And it's funny, I remember when not to tell tales out of school or go off on too much of a tangent, but when I was talking about this stuff with my wife, she asked the exact same question. She said, "This is stupid. Why would you have that separate committee?" So smart lady, yes. Yes, and we're still married. So it's a good question. Let me put it out to the board. What the argument made was, in the same way we have 5 committees of the whole, in essence, looking at different things, there may be value in having one committee to capture a lot of those different things, and then have that committee have at least the opportunity to serve as a forum for the debate, for the discussion, to allow that sober second thought of the board with recommendations going to the board. Director Coyne.
Yeah, I mean, the whole point of a committee of the whole is usually to have, first glance at something. So we already have, like, if we were to get rid of half of our committees and we just had an electoral committee and say protective services, because I think it's something that should stand on its own, and then maybe a corporate service to deal with those broad issues that have to be vetted before we go and vote on them. But you don't have to have that meeting every month, right? I don't think it'd have to. It's like, okay, there's an opportunity here, let's take it out and do it that way. Because I agree. I mean, we come here, we go through the motions and it's very formal. It's just like a board meeting, and then we go to the board meeting, and next week or the week after it comes back and we vote on it again. And it's,
And under your thinking, Director, would the corporate services and the protective services committees you identified, would they be just a select group of directors?
no, I think, well, no, I think the corporate services, because everybody's on the, like, when we do vote on things corporately, everybody's involved. The electoral is for the electoral directors.
Yeah.
And then I think protective services, just a standalone committee of the whole, but it touches on very specific things, right? And that's it.
Couldn't you fit both of those things under one committee though?
You could.
Because I mean, you're dealing with
Yeah,
one committee of the
I
whole
mean,
or two
yeah,
separate
no,
committees.
that's
of the whole?
true. We could do it that way.
Yeah.
I don't think we have to have, what do we have now, like 6 or something like that? Like, I don't think we have to have that many, that's for sure.
Okay. Yeah. Director McCortoff.
Thank you. I think that committee of the whole is an important part of dealing with anything that we do at the board. For one thing, we have the opportunity to have delegations attend. And I think if we included all of that in our board meeting, it would take way too long. To me, the board meeting is to go through the issues that we've already thought about and we've already asked questions about, and then we are hopefully ready to vote on those kinds of things. But we need time. We need time to think about it and ask questions and find out what other people think. So I like the way it's set up now. Thanks.
Thank you. And I know we've got Director Rainin online. I'm going to come just first of all to Director Johansson, then I'll come to Director Rainin.
Yeah, I like the committee of the whole. We do that in Oliver as well. It is a really good opportunity to, sort of unpack a subject and have some really good discussion about it. Lots of things go back for more information before they come back. And then at the end of the day, it does come to our council meetings for first, second, third, those types of readings. I don't know quite how you're going to do that in a regular meeting. You're going to have to sort of pause and come back anyway. And the nice idea when you do that is you still have a couple of weeks to think about it before you actually get to first and second reading. You're not trying to do everything at once and just sort of push it through.
Yeah, no, good point. Director Rainin.
It's Gilbert.
Oh, Gilbert, I beg, Gilbert. Okay, sorry, Director Gilbert. You also have a child at home. There we go.
Yeah.
You were here a minute ago. I see you here now. Okay.
I think there's a few thoughts on this. I prefer this method. And one thing that I will point out is, yes, we do have delegations that come. I think it's been pretty, I don't really like the fact that there'll be a delegation here and one committee goes way over time, and then that delegation has to wait. If we have a committee of the whole, they get ordered into what delegation they are. And if you had it at the beginning of the meeting, like sometimes we do instead of a regular board meeting, the delegations know exactly when they're going to be. We don't have to recess another committee or skip a committee just because we have a delegation waiting. I think it's about being respectful of delegations' times when delegations come here. I think really at the end of the day, the committee of the whole is more outside groups coming, like delegations to come in and talk. I think if staff are going to present, that staff needs to present that at a board meeting.
Okay.
It doesn't mean that we go ahead with it, right? We receive a report and then we move to the next stage, and that could be if it's a bylaw, it goes to reading 1, 2, or 3. We don't need to do that in a committee. We can still do that in a board meeting and give staff direction that way. If we're going to do that, though, with the committee of the whole, I would recommend that changing the procedure bylaw to allow for business arising. And we do this at the city of Penticton. When we have a committee of the whole, a delegate comes in, there might be something that comes out of that committee where we can't make a decision, because I don't think decisions should be made at the committee of the whole committee, and allow for directors to, if something comes up in the committee of the whole during the regular board meeting, we have a business arising section where directors can then direct staff to either bring back a report or to look into that matter further. So I prefer this method, and I would really like the board to go down this road. I think having the 5 committees, like the committee, to me, if you're going to have that, like, it should be going out to the community. Or I think that, yeah, at the end of the day, I would like to see this go down to 1 and really be focused on people who are coming in as delegates, like the RCMP or other organizations, and when staff are presenting, that should be at the board level, not at a committee level.
Thank you, Director. Great. I've got Director Federico and then Director Holmes.
I was just gonna ask where we see the police delegation, because when they come to speak to the RD board, they're typically focused on the electoral areas because they do go to all the municipalities to give an update specifically to them. So do we see them as a committee of the whole delegate, or do we see them as more of an electoral area services committee?
That's a really good question. And I think, and in that particular example, that could easily go to the EASC as a delegation. And the Electoral Area Services Committee, I would anticipate, would also receive delegations dealing with local area services and local area issues. So you're quite right. If the RCMP has already gone to every municipal council and they're now dealing with provincial policing outside of the municipalities, it may make sense to go to the EASC. The board can always move it, can always say, we'd like to have you come to the full board, notwithstanding the fact you've talked to the municipalities, but yeah.
And I just
Follow up? Yeah.
Yeah, well, not to that, but to a different point. I appreciate when staff present at the committee level because it does give them that time to not have to rush through information. It doesn't make us then feel rushed at the board. And then it gives us that time to have that further conversation that we maybe don't need to have at a board table. And then that way, when it comes to the board, yeah, there's a few more questions and comments, but it helps us move that through bits quicker. So I'd appreciate having staff presentations at a committee of the whole or EA.
Sure, and different places will use that kind of in different ways. Some places may say, come to the board, and then the board, if they want more information, will defer it to committee. Other places will say, hey, we'll rely on our CAO and our corporate officer to help us determine what should come to committee, what should come to board based on what they anticipate to be the level of discussion required, those kinds of things. Director Holmes and then Director McCortoff.
It makes sense to me to have one committee of the whole. When you think you have 5 committees, each one of these committees you have to pass the agenda and adjourn and all that sort of stuff. It wastes kind of really a lot of time. So having one committee of the whole makes sense to me. Though I don't think we need to have a committee of the whole at every time we meet. It might be just items that can just appear on the board agenda, and you have committee of the whole. You know, when you have a really a major issue you have to spend a lot of time on. If you have to work like this would be a committee whole, what we're in right now. But if you have a draft master plan or something that you want to really spend a lot of time on, then that's better suited in a committee whole, and you're providing direction to staff to move forward to then come to the board. And I think it's okay to have delegations at a board meeting. You could have them at both in a committee whole or at board meetings. I think I think there's a lot of public interest in delegations, and the board meetings tend to have more of a public focus than committee of the whole. So I don't think that's you have to say delegations go here or there. I think it's wherever they fit best in the agenda.
That's all.
So and then my only other thing on the committee of the whole in the draft here, in terms of chairing.
Yes.
I don't think we really need to start electing more people to chair more committees. I think you could just have the current vice chair be the chair of the committee of the whole. And if the vice chair isn't there to commit it, then the board chair can chair. I think that's, we already have that. Give the vice chair something to do rather than sit around waiting for the chair to be sick. I can say that because I used to be vice chair.
Okay, no, that's a really good point to make. And different places will appoint the chair, have the chair elected at the first meeting. And so, yeah, for what it's worth, I'm completely agnostic, but I think the more efficient way is just as you say, let's make the vice chair in charge of committee of the whole. Director McCortoff.
Thank you very much. I think that having chairs of different committees gives a responsibility to them to be maybe better prepared. I mean, sometimes we come and we look at things and we hadn't really thought that much about it before, but the chairs have to be responsible and be prepared. So I'm okay with the chairs. I want to go back to the RCMP though, because it was said that the RCMP always come and present to municipalities and therefore it shouldn't be a concern. I really appreciate the fact that the RCMP come here, the superintendent gives an overall view of what's going on in the whole area. And then each of the sergeants will give a quick overview. The last meeting that we had with the RCMP, that I'm assuming everybody has probably had them come to their town. We haven't yet. As a matter of fact, I think they're coming next Tuesday for our meeting. So that's a fair gap between when we can get them on the agenda in the town of Vesuvius and when they're here. And I prefer, just like I'm happy to sit here as a municipal director, and I know I don't have a say in some of the things, but I need to understand how the whole region works. And if we are working together, we all need to be here and understand that. And it's the same with the RCMP.
Yep.
I think that we need to understand what the main focus is for all of us before we go to our individual ones.
Yeah.
That's
No,
just my thought.
that's,
Thanks.
that's excellent input. Thank you for that. And I think some of these things we'll kind of feel our way through as we move along and enter this kind of new world. And so we'll get that, we'll stumble a bit and get that right as we go forward. And then also some of the stuff as staff kind of gets used to it, they'll kind of get requests for delegations, maybe confer with the chair or the vice chair, like where do we think this should go? And based on a lot of the considerations you just gave, perhaps like notwithstanding the fact that this is a local service in a sense, let's put it in front of the board because we've got all of these interconnections that are going to be important. So thank you for that. Director Coyne.
Yeah, I want to echo what Director McCordoff just said, because my RCMP in Princeton cover from Manning Park to Headley, and
yeah,
it's a pretty vast swath of area that they're responsible for, and they might come to town, and they don't come to town hall very often. We're understaffed and it's hard to get them here. But so when they come here, I mean, we don't just get Princeton. If they came to town hall, they would probably just give me Princeton, but that's not going to be the actual picture, right?
Yeah.
They're dealing with things in Headley, they're dealing with things with Tulameen or Comont or Eastgate, or even as far up as Aspen Grove sometimes. So, and that's outside our regional district, but that impacts our community. So I think that's something we have to worry about. And then, and the other one is fire protection. Princeton provides fire protection just like Penticton to regional district areas, and sometimes the decisions that are made can impact us or vice versa. So I think those are some of the things that need to be discussed at the bigger table than just the smaller one, because those are regional. The more we integrate our emergency services and stuff, the more it becomes a regional issue than just a one-off.
So maybe rather than aligning delegations with services and participants of services, think about what's the impact of the issue being discussed. Okay, that's super helpful. Okay, so we've got Director Holmes kind of talked about the backside of the page here, which we never got to, but I think folks have seen it. It talks about delegations, talks about the membership, talks about committee management, those kinds of things. Not as critical, I think, for our purposes as the responsibilities, but that gives you a sense of the full picture of the committee. I understand now lunch has been delayed a little bit, so we'll be eating by 4. No, just joking. No, not very long, a few more minutes. I'm going to suggest we talk until about 12:15, and then we break, and then even if lunch isn't here yet, we just stretch your legs, check your emails, get some air or whatever, have a smoke. I know. I know. Are we allowed to say that, Mayor? It used to be smoke breaks all the time. Now it's like bio breaks and stuff, whatever that is. Anyway, so we'll do that. But let's jump if we could. Let's jump if we could into the Electoral Area Services Committee. We'll deal with this one now as well. Okay, let me give an overview. So the EASC is a standing committee of the regional district, again established pursuant to the Act. Considers and provides advice to the RDOS board on matters related to local services that are provided to the regional district's electoral areas only. Put that in there because we can have some sub-regional services that include mostly electoral areas, but also some municipalities. The committee serves as a forum for the discussion of issues of common interest and concern to the unincorporated areas of the regional district. So that two-part role: one, to deal with service issues and to make recommendations on those issues to the board, and two, as a forum for discussion. And that was one of the things you'll recall when I spoke and canvassed all the different directors, those who were able to participate in interviews, really talked, even the municipal directors kind of talked with empathy about the electoral area directors benefiting from having a forum to raise issues and discuss issues of common concern that may not necessarily be service related, or they may have downstream service implications. So when we look at our responsibilities, then the ASC considers and provides recommendations to the board of directors on matters related to the electoral area services. Matters within the committee's scope include those related to land use planning. So this is a big one because we know from our assessment that we reported on earlier that a good chunk of board meetings currently can be taken up with electoral area land use applications. This structure is designed to really streamline that, with the idea that land use applications would be dealt with by the ASC. Recommendations would go to the board. In many cases, those recommendations could be passed on consent, or the board could pull those out and want to study those forward where it was deemed to have an impact that went beyond that particular area. Building inspection, community planning. So that is kind of more long-term planning, policy planning at a local level. Community parks and recreation, emergency planning and preparedness, fire protection, bylaw enforcement, dog control, curbside collection, the service element at the electoral area level, electoral area utilities, grants and aid, other services provided to electoral areas only. And then we talk in the paragraph below about that, again, that role as a forum to discuss. And then finally, as a place to receive and to deal with matters, any other matters assigned by the board. We've got our 9 electoral area directors sitting on the ASC. It's not a decision-making body, remember, and it's not the board sitting, it's a committee. So our quorum is simply 50% plus 1 of the 9 members. Here we've identified, I see the group electing a chair and a vice chair because we may not have, and currently we have our chair as an electoral area director, but our vice chair is a municipal director. So we wouldn't have necessarily the people needed for that. So perhaps this is an area in which we want to actually have that election at every first meeting of every year. And then finally, the committee management, and this relates to a comment I think that was made earlier, and forgive me, I can't remember who made it, but it was along the lines of, if we have a new structure in place, staff also need to adjust then to make sure proper support. So we've said in here, and we said in the other ones as well, that the CAO assigns a committee manager to work with the chair to put together an agenda to make sure that the meetings are supported and so forth. Director Federico.
Don't know if it's just me lightly being a little nitpicky, but grants and aid, I don't know if we want to decipher that those are just the local ones under the EAs, or whether that's grant and aid from the whole RD. So
my intention was the former, so maybe that's good to highlight.
yeah, just if we're going to get particular in our terms of reference, that limits confusion.
Okay. Director Roberts.
Yeah, thank you. My question, and I think you started to brush on that in regards to municipalities with shared services.
Yes.
So if we have, for instance, shared services that we work collectively together on, and it's going to come to the EA, then it's part of the agenda. Those particular items, then that representative of that municipality be invited due to that service and it being on the agenda? Is that how that works? Or is it something that would turn out to a different discussion in the committee of a whole?
The intention is the latter. So that if it's a sub-regional service, so a service that includes not the entire region, but some electoral areas and 1 or more municipalities, that goes to the committee of the whole. That said, this is one of those cases where I think it's going to be a little bit of trial and error. If the board proceeds and it just feels better to have it at the ASC, then maybe there's the solution you offered.
Yeah, guys, I'd like to follow up because maybe we're a little bit more of an anomaly. You know, most of the fire departments here are like under one regional director, where we're under 3 regional directors.
Yeah.
Same for info services, same for recreation, same for our swimming pool, same for our transfer station. So it's a unique and special relationship, but it's kind of hard, because then that would mean all those services, we'd all be in, and we'd be back to what we're talking about. We'd be all in the meeting of the whole, when really, when you want to talk about, what colors we're going to have our fire truck in our area, you may not want to really talk about that.
Yes. So at present, where we have a committee of the whole handling those, are there a lot of discussions on those services? I mean, just this year, yes. Yeah. Okay, so that, I mean, it's really good input, and I think it's one of those things to figure out, okay, how, once we take it from page to practice, we're gonna identify a bunch of speed bumps there. How do we smooth those out a little bit? So thank you for that. Director Taylor, then I've got Director Gittins and Director Monteith. You had your hand up as well? Okay, Director. Oh, I beg your, okay, okay, Director Taylor first, then I'll come to Director Weeb.
Yeah, just flag something in this, my ongoing effort to win friends and influence people. I'm just wondering if a lot of the work and time is moved over to the Electoral Area Services Committee. Committee of the Whole is not necessarily going to meet on every occasion. Board meetings will be shorter.
Yeah.
Are there budget implications in terms of the compensation that's paid for all directors? Just looking at the whole, like, it's not, we'll defend that municipal, I mean, I don't know what we pay municipal people, and I don't know what we pay area people, but are we gonna have it in the newspaper that we're paying municipal people whatever to attend a meeting for an hour every 2 weeks? I don't know. So I'm just asking if staff could maybe give that some thought.
I
don't want to be.
No, that's super helpful. That's super helpful. And I will just point out, with the committee of the whole, we've noted in here, or I shouldn't implicate others, I've noted in here that that we would, or I've envisioned there being 1 meeting a month for the committee of the whole. But with the electoral area directors, I envision 2 meetings a month. But that could change, and that's going to be one of those things that you figure out, I think, as you go through, depending on workload and so forth. But the implications as it relates to remuneration, yeah, there's something that's a real issue for sure. Director Weeb.
Well, I'd just like to make a comment regarding shared services. One of the concerns we have under even the current model is that there's conversations with some members of the shared services without all members being present. And what it leads to is that there's blindsiding and even information or things happening where other members of that shared service are reading about it online like a member of the public. And the most recent example, directly in conflict with what mayor, council, and staff are working on. And you have no idea things are going on. And so if there's conversation about moving some of these things to the electoral area committee and then not having the board involved, I'd be very uncomfortable with that. Because I think even under the current model right now, there's been a significant breakdown. And I know I've kind of bore the brunt that apparently it's my personality, but the fact is there's 5 of us on council. And I work very hard to work with my council and try to represent their wishes at this board and in the conversations with, say, shared services. So I'm very concerned that there's an opportunity here where in something that already feels a little bit like some of the shared services have been rammed down the throat, for lack of a better word, that could become more the plan and policy than it already is. So that's my concern.
Okay, that's a very important concern to raise. So thank you for that, Director. I can't remember who Director Gittins, you go ahead, and then I know we got Director Monteith, and we had Director Gilbert on screen, and we have Director Holmes as well.
Okay, thanks. So I've never really been in favor of this, and I'm still not, but we're doing it anyway, so I'm going to lean in. I want to know, well, and I'm going to just explain that actually. I do think that if you are here at this table, I think that that's kind of a privilege. Well, I think it's a privileged place to be. And I think it's the little conversations that happen around the table that help you make bigger decisions. So separating the conversations, I'm not really that on board with. I do want to know how this works as far as this committee providing a recommendation to the board. Again, as somebody who is often losing debates, even when I have people on the table that might recognize some of the values that I'm trying to keep in the forefront. What does that mean? So do we all, is it a consensus? Is it by one? What's the recommendation to the board? If I don't agree with the recommendation, do I get a place to speak? Will it be recorded so I can refer citizens to have a conversation? And like, how does that all work? Because it's great when it's all going well. And there's been times for sure where I think people have had those pre-meetings and come in with a determined idea. So if you're not part of that club, then you're doing this separate from your other colleagues as well. What does that mean? Recommendation to the board.
Yep. So what it means is as follows. Every standing committee, or for that matter, select committee of the board is an advisory body. So it does not have delegated decision-making authority. It could, but the board chooses not to do that. And that's fairly ubiquitous across the province. So we have our advisory committees in place, one of which in our scenario is the committee of the whole, the other of which is the electoral area services. An issue comes up at electoral area services, either because it's part of our terms of reference, so it automatically goes there, or because the board has considered something that says, we'd like our EASC to do a bit of a deep dive on this, have some discussion, and bring us back a recommendation. The issue arises then is put on the agenda for the EASC. It is discussed in the same way we would be discussing issues here. There is a vote. The vote occurs, there are 9 voters there, or nine directors there to vote. If it's 5-4, it still goes forward as a vote, as a recommendation of the Electoral Area Services Committee. That goes forward to the board. It can go forward as part of a consent agenda, which may be appropriate in many cases where they are small local planning issues that just need a quick consent to deal with something, or it can go forward as a separate item, depending on the seriousness of the issue or the depth of the issue or what have you. Even if it's on consent agenda, every director, including members of the Electoral Area Services Committee, so every electoral area director, every municipal director has the right, when it goes to the board, to raise that issue, to point to it and say, I wish to discuss this issue. So if a director has voted on the losing side, as it were, the minority side in committee, that director has the prerogative to speak to it again at the board, as does any other director. So nobody is denied the right of the board to speak to an issue.
That's understood. I don't disagree that there are times when I think electoral areas were discussed for a very long time, and it was probably quite painful for a lot of people to sit through. And I get the deeper dive and the recognizing that. I'm feeling a step removed from the board by having this debate at an EA table and not having the rest of the board hear the debate, whether you lose the debate or not. So I am struggling, like I see the value in having discussions about things that like, short-term rentals as business, whatever. I'm struggling with having to present a recommendation. I think that I think the board meeting is an important place to be. And if it goes forward as a recommendation, then, like as a board, we publicly face and we support the board whether we agreed with the vote or not, but people can see the vote, it's recorded and all the rest of it. And I've had to rely on that more than once. I don't know that I want my name tied to a recommendation to the board that I didn't agree with, without having the debate at the board table. And so that's my struggle with this. I'm willing to lean in and give it a shot, no problem, but.
There'll also be minutes, keep in mind, from the committee meeting, which will demonstrate
Sure.
that you were not in favor of it.
Yeah, it's just asking the public a lot, to just sort of come along this extra journey when it may not be going the way that the citizens that put you at this table, at this board table to represent. So I feel like it's taken away a bit of that voice for the public, and the media watches the board. If public's coming, they tend to watch the board. I don't know how long we keep them for the committees, that kind of thing. So I have some concerns about this, but we'll give it a shot and see, but, obviously, because here we are. But, yeah, I'm not, I don't know. I don't know if I want my a recommendation to go to the board with my name on if I don't agree with it.
Okay, thank you. Director Holmes.
Yeah, just trying to understand how to work practically. Would the Electoral Services Committee meet on the same day as the board? Like,
That's what's envisioned now. In the same way we have committees meet, I think the board meets in the morning, committees in the afternoon, or vice versa. That's the idea would work now. And so, yeah, you've got 2 board meetings a month. I've suggested that we're probably good looking at 2 electoral area services committees per month.
So if the committee looks at something, a variance or whatever, some land use thing, and then it would come to the board 2 weeks later.
Correct.
So I guess the only question about that, if it's a developer waiting for approval of something, they're delayed, and it might be just something straightforward that would just go through smoothly at the board. That developer is waiting 2 more weeks to get their approval.
So we always have the ability. First of all, I would make the argument that in most cases, 2-week delay for a developer is not the end of the world. But that said, I don't want to be flippant. That said, although I guess I just was, sorry. But that said, staff, and you look to your CAO and your corporate office for this, always have the authority to say, hey, this issue is time sensitive. If we've delayed this developer for so long, it's a non-controversial issue. Let's put this right to the board. They have the opportunity. Now, if we do that on every development application, we kind of defeat the purpose, but there's always the opportunity to do that. So it's a good caveat to identify for sure. Sorry, did you have a follow-up?
Just follow up.
Yes.
There was originally talk about trying this as a 1-year trial. Is that still the idea, or are we just going to make this?
Have we done 1 year or 6 months? I can't recall what the 6 months I believe was. Yes, that is still
That's
the
still the
idea.
plan.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I've got a quick one from Director Taylor, and then we've got our speakers list here as well. Go ahead.
I just want to clarify,
Yeah.
the example you just gave of the developer and you want to move it through, it would still go to the EASC, and then later on that day, it would go to the board. You're not saying that it would go directly to the board, right?
I'm going to say the possibility exists for it to go directly to board and have the debate at the board. That's going to be a very rare occasion in my view. So in most cases, it would be difficult to kind of go from one to the other on the same day. But I think because you wouldn't be on the agenda, but I think in almost all cases, you're going to have EASC consider it going to the next board meeting. Staff would use its judgment to say there's something here that needs to be discussed now and decided on now. Let's put it to the board forum. I think that's going to be a rare occasion. Okay, we've got Director. Just remind me who had their hands up. So Director Fidalgo, we had I'm going to go to Director Gilbert online first, and then Director Fidalgo. Federico, I beg your pardon. Fidalgo is another person in the north central Okanagan. I beg your pardon, Federico. Yes. Director Gilbert.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick comment into what Director Taylor said about remunerations and stuff like that. Like essentially, I mean, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong about this, but if we go down from 5 to 1, we're actually saving money because you get paid per meeting in the remunerations bylaw for the committees to a maximum. You don't get paid for. I think we have 5 committee meetings. I think you only get paid for 3. But essentially, if we're only having a committee of the whole, then the remuneration bylaw maybe should be looked at. But essentially, how do you say, we would be paid less at our meetings than we are now because we're only having 1 meeting instead of having 5.
Yeah, and I think that was Director Taylor's point, is that how do municipal directors feel about getting paid less? Yes. Okay, Director Federico.
To the comment about delaying development, we have in our toolbox to send it to the APC, which sometimes can delay it a month or 2. So I wouldn't consider that something that's crucial in this. I think us as directors having the ability to have discussion on it and not, excuse me, a rushed decision would work best for us and our constituents.
Yeah. And that would be, again, just to emphasize, that would be the matter of course. The rare exception is possible, but that would be the matter of course. Director Barkwell.
Yeah, I was wondering how this relates to all those issues, and I'm not a corporate officer, so I can never really know for sure which ones municipal directors vote on and which ones are electoral representatives only. And is there a way of taking a lot of discussion of the for items that we don't have a vote on, off the table or at a different time and save our time? And if we get paid for one less committee meeting, well, that's fine. I mean, it's not consequential or anything.
Yes, it's a really good point, and I think it speaks to the essence of this committee. One of the driving forces was to say these issues, almost all of them, if with the exception of land use sales or land sales and contracts and stuff like that, these issues are issues on which only electoral area directors vote while sitting at the board table. So to your point, let's use this committee as a way to put those issues there. And then when they come back to the board, have them come back as consent items that can be the whole board, and the electoral area directors at the board can quickly approve. Director Holmes.
Sorry, one more thing.
That's all right.
So just in the list of responsibilities, these can, I think it has been said that, they could be considered local now, but they could become regional. And well, at first glance, emergency planning and preparedness, I don't really see how that can't be regional.
Yeah.
I don't see how that's local. And then, one thing we've talked about in Summerland is our dog control, and about, maybe that ought to become a regional service rather than each of us going out on our own, So if we're not hearing those kind of discussions at the board, there might be a disconnect when we discuss this at our local councils. So.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And we are in a fluid environment. So things that are local today could be regional tomorrow. And honestly, that's not a bad thing. And I think that we can feel some comfort in knowing that when the board sends an item to a committee, or when our terms of reference identify an item is going to a particular committee because it's local today, or because we believe the implications are more local, that can be dealt with there, can be brought back to the board. Two things. One, that can be dealt with there, can be brought to the board as a recommendation. The board can say, hey, wait a minute, this has implications beyond electoral areas. We'd like to have a deeper discussion. Can we have this with committee of the whole? Let's talk about this. Or the electoral area services committee itself can say, this is an issue that really transcends our area of governance. Let's transfer this over to committee of the whole. So there's the opportunity for things to move around. I think what we're trying to capture is the normal course of business. Certain things are going to start in certain places, and we try to put them in there so that we can streamline our governance a little bit and allow for focused discussion. But we always recognize, and we have the mechanisms in place to move things around where we need to, in order to ensure that all voices that need to be part of that discussion get a chance to be part of that discussion. Sorry?
So we already do that. So we have, what's the committee that Jason and you chair? Planning. So we have planning, and anything that's contentious comes to the planning committee. It's 99.9% rural and EA thing. And those things come to the committee, and you're just going to take those things and now you're just going to put it in the EA committee. You're not going to, it's not you're going to add extra stuff to it, because those permits and stuff that we have to say yes or no to, they come to the board anyway. So it's not like we're, redesigning the whole world here. It's just, instead of just going here, it's going to go to that committee, and we're going to get rid of this other committee that is a committee of the whole.
Yeah.
I mean,
no, for sure. Absolutely. And it's interesting because you're quite right. And I think that these discussions are so important to make sure everybody can, even if we're not fundamentally on the same page, we at least have the same understanding about how it can work and how it's intended to work. So that these are important because we've had the same system in place for so long that we tend to think then that's the only way it's supposed to work. And yet this goes back to a discussion we had earlier this morning, which was the beauty of this regional district system and local government is that we get to design something to work for us. So, Chair, I'm going to suggest we pause now. I see that the food's here. So we're gonna take an hour. So check your emails, have some food, what have you. You don't want an hour? Is an hour too long? Okay, let's take 40 minutes. 40 minutes. All right, okay.
I'm getting the thumbs up from Adam. We are ready if, okay, you're just sending him something, but I'll just ask everybody to make their way back to their seats and we'll get started in just a brief moment.
Yeah, it's oatmeal cookies. My wife always liked the chocolate. I just don't like the chocolate chips. I'm like.
Yes. Yeah, I'll talk to them and find out what you.
I'll ask Brad, what is?
Okay. Are we ready, Alan? I'm going to turn it over to you. By all means, get us started again.
Okay, everybody, we'll get going here and on our afternoon part of the day. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so part one this morning, that is, we focused, as you all know, because you were here, we focused on the regional district as a federation. We looked at what a federation is. We talked about the strengths of the federation, how to make it stronger. We talked about collective governing, all those kinds of things. We went on, we looked at different priorities, including the priorities and the themes that we set in last year's plans. And then we talked at some length about different issues that we see going forward and how those may be either reflected in our continuing priorities that we identified last year or perhaps used to inform or slightly revise some of those priorities. Or in some cases, perhaps even add to those priorities. So we got lots of notes. We'll come back to the board with some thoughts based on the discussion that we had this morning. We also this morning went through our two, our two draft terms of reference for our committees that are going to be part of the pilot project. So, oh, you had a question, Director Rodrigo?
Yeah, it's just to what you're saying. So I either can wait or all I wanted to know was timeline on when we're looking at introducing committee of the whole in the electoral area service
Sure.
committee.
Okay. I wonder if I can ask Jim or Tracy, just in terms of the pilot project for committees, when we think we may proceed with that.
Me first, because first of all, the board has to accept us. You have to put in a recommendation and then.
Okay.
And the board, once the board adopts it, then we can go from there, and then I'll pass that on to Tracy.
Perfect.
Thank you. I believe that depending on quick, we have 4 board meetings left now before the end of the year. If it gets approved before the end of the year, I don't see why we could not start in January for your 6-month trial.
Yeah.
Thank you. Do we not have our annual meeting sort of in November? Would that be the time that if we're going to change committee structures to look at it at that meeting?
The inaugural meeting is on November the 6th. We can, if we can get it to you that quickly. We'll try our best.
Sorry, one more follow-up to that then. If at our inaugural meeting, we still have our current structure, we'd be looking at bringing in chairs and vice chairs for our current structure just to change it potentially a couple weeks after. So I'm not sure if I'm the only one who's logically looking at that, but yeah, if we can kind of work that in, probably makes the most sense.
So we can certainly, staff is being very kind and kind of not putting it on me, but it's my responsibility to get it back to staff to present to the board as a recommendation. So I will have the revised terms of reference based on what we've talked about, some of the input based on what we talked about, back to staff on time for the 6th, if staff chooses to proceed at that point, and given everything else, and go forward to take advantage of the time that you've identified. Perfect. Does that make sense? Okay. This afternoon, part 2. So let's preface this part by just saying something, and has Director McCortoff left for the day, or she? Okay. Okay. That kind of defeats my point then. But pretend she's here. I was going to say, as Director McCortoff said, while we are here as municipal directors, some of us, we also are here as part of the broader body, and it's important for us to hear some of this stuff. And so we're kind of operating as the regional body here, but we're also now focusing more on the electoral areas, in the sense that we're going to be looking at some of the priorities that the board is going to endorse as in its wearing its hat as local government, and local government in particular of the electoral areas. So the focus for the afternoon is on RDOS as local government of the electoral areas. The board is here in its role as the local governing body of the electoral areas. So we all know a little bit of a distinction there. The corporation is the local government. The governing body is the board of directors. The board of directors, as you know, includes not only electoral area directors, but also municipal directors. And that's why we're here as the full board. Let's just kind of remember some of the basics, just to get us all on the same page about this local government role that's so important. We've got 9 electoral areas across the region, as you know. Each is a local government jurisdiction. So it's not an entity in the sense of a legal jurisdiction, but our legal entity as a governing body and a corporate entity, but it is a separate local government jurisdiction. It's unincorporated, which means, again, it looks to the regional district and the governing body as its legal entity and its governing bodies, local government. Each is unique, of course, because geography is unique, population is unique, all those other things that characterize or that create these communities across the region are unique. So each is a local government jurisdiction, each is unincorporated, each is unique. The structure, we talked about this a little bit earlier. One of the questions, actually, the structure was established, that is the regional district structure with electoral areas, was established to provide that level of political representation that didn't exist prior to 65. And so we have that level of political representation in the form of electoral area directors. 1 electoral area director per area, irrespective of the size of population. We have the structure also reflecting the fact that we need some way to understand and respond to and provide for local service needs. And so we not only have a political representative from each direction, or a political representative body, but we also have a service body. And that's really where the local government, those 2 elements is really where the local government role hits the road, the rubber hits the road, that is, both is providing a forum for political representation, but also then a body to provide services. This idea of fiscal equivalence. Does anybody know what fiscal equivalence is? All right, fiscal equivalence is basically you get what you pay for. So that is fundamental to our whole regional district system, in that every area, whether you're a municipality or an electoral area, but focusing on the electoral areas for the moment, every electoral area has a suite of services. Each service has its own account, firewalls between accounts, costs and revenues, all in that one service. And if you are participating in that service, or if you're the only participant in that service, you pay for that. You don't pay for services that you're not a member of. So that whole idea of fiscal equivalence is, in theory at least, in place so that communities get what they need and they're willing to pay for it. So you can then, if you're willing to pay for it, you can go to your regional district as your local government and say, this is what I need. These are the services I need. If they don't exist, we got to create them. Is there a process to do that? If they do exist, I want to join them. That's in theory, at least. In reality, the regional district does face resource constraints, just like every government. And there's competition for resources between and among the services in the different areas. And so those result in limits being imposed. And really, that's kind of where we get to today. We've got a broad range of topics we're going to go through in a moment here, or we're going to refer to in a moment at least, priority actions for the organization. Most of them have been identified by electoral area directors. Some of them have been identified by the board as a whole. All are important. They're important to the ones that is at least the ones I'm speaking about, the ones that have been identified by electoral area directors. All of those are important. They're important to the directors. They're important to the communities the directors serve, and in many cases to the regional district, because as we talked about earlier, implications tend to exceed, in many cases, or transcend boundaries. All, however, take time, energy, money to pursue, and that's where we see there's competition for that, and there's also limits to that in terms of scarcity. So staff has come back, and the board has said as well that it wishes to have some guidance in choosing which priorities are most important for 2026. We've got our core work. That has to get done in any event. We've got our board priorities we talked about this morning, where energies go to that. We've also got our electoral area priorities and projects and actions that are important to be looking at and to put resources towards. The reality is, under any of those categories, with perhaps the exception being our core work, we can't do everything. So we got to start to think about how do we create a short list of actions that we can look towards for 2026, and where possible, defer some beyond that. The short list is really going to reflect, and this is our purpose today, we want to reflect some criteria that I'm going to look to you to provide. We'll have some discussion about this to help us, to help staff, that is, give some order of priority to the 88 different projects that have been identified. On that note, let me ask Matt Hatch, if he can just direct us to the spreadsheet. Each of you has a copy of it, and just help us understand what it is we're looking at there.
Alan? Good afternoon. So you've been provided a spreadsheet here. It was sent electronically as well. This is a consolidated list of projects, actions, initiatives, priorities. There's different labels that we can put on these. Between last year, when the staff began to create a two-year plan, and most recently when we were trying to collect this list. So it's sort of broken off into two portions. The first page and a half is what was collected the furthest from now, like back over a year ago, leading through 2025. And the most recent 2.5 pages has recently been collected. Those methods of collection include the action submission form. We had a paper copy and electronic copy, discussions between directors of the board and staff, emails that we've collected, and committee and board discussions as well. We tried to pull out things that were topics and identified them on there. One of the new things for the staff, and we've reflected it in this short spreadsheet here, is that a scope statement is being collected. In many of these, you'll see are green. There's no scope statement that's been collected or submitted, or staff haven't put it together because we may not have the context. And those are very, very important so that we can allocate resources effectively. If we don't know the scope of the project or what we're looking for, so that may be part of the criteria too, is that we're identifying what the project is really going to be about. So some of them have been collected, some of them have not, and that's sort of where that is there. There is one duplication. I just want to make a point out. There are 87 projects on this list that should be counted. There is a duplication with project number 26.930, the Apex Community Park. It's also listed a little bit higher in the spreadsheet as well. So you can cross off number 61, which is 26.930, the Apex Park. The staff will be meeting next week on Thursday to take back this condensed list or prioritized list and look at that along with all of the other operational actions and other projects that are on the list. So that's where we will get to next week. And again, our goal is that staff have clear understanding of the projects that are on here may not be completely current, because they may have been collected a while ago. So they need to be reviewed, they need to be prioritized, and then we can better allocate resources and put those on the plan. It's kind of a brief overview. If that's a good start to
That's
it.
wonderful.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Matt. Really appreciate that. Okay, so what the idea for this afternoon is to at the very least, start this process, start that prioritization that Matt just talked about. Staff can report back in the coming weeks then with the final proposed list if we don't reach that whole list today. But the idea is let's start to kind of not necessarily go line by line through this, but rather to kind of pan out a little bit, start by talking about some criteria that we're going to use to identify which ones are going to be priorities for 2026 at least, to be recipients, if you will, or to be the focus of different resources, staff time, energy, and funding. A lot of this stuff is and just to kind of back out a little bit, every item in here lives in a particular service. And every service is going to have its own budget and it's going to have its own ratepayers. So its own constituents, its own jurisdiction that pays towards that service. So some folks may be thinking, well, look, if this is just my service and I'm paying towards this and I've listed this as an idea, what's the big deal? We should be able to proceed with that. And I understand that perspective. On the other hand, we've got 9 different electoral areas, each with separate services. And so it's hard for the organization to address all of those equally. So we need to find some way to put in order of priority what's going to be most important. Director Federico.
I think what would be helpful too on that is we just have a giant list, but it's not broken down by department. So it's hard to decipher whether one department is completely being overloaded while another department doesn't have anything going on. So I know we're looking at a starting point, but it's also kind of hard to be like, how does this fit into the department's capacity? Because like if one department's only got space for 3 things, but we have 45 things, but another department maybe doesn't, like for me conceptually, department impact would have been helpful for this.
Well, I would argue, let's leave departments for staff to worry about. Let's identify what's most important for directors and whether different departments bring in contractors, bring in consultants, look for other resources, whether there's let's entrust staff to kind of figure out how they do it then once we figure out which are the most important. But I wonder if we can start just by saying, rather than going through the list and saying this one's more important than that one, let's start with some criteria. If we're thinking, how do we decide among these different potential priorities? How do we decide among them? What's the basis of our decision, or bases of our decision? What are the criteria we would think about? Let's start some discussion on that. So give me some ideas. And I've got some ideas as well I can mention, but we'll start with yours. Go ahead, Director Roberts.
Liability and responsibility in regards to whether or not it's infrastructure service that needed to be met. There are certain obligations that we have. And so if there's a project that, let's say, needs to stay at the top of the list because, again, it puts the organization as a whole in a libelous situation and or has a potential therefore of doing that.
Yeah.
And then also, like I said before, health and safety.
Yeah, those are really important criteria. Thank you. So the health and safety. Health and safety, and then liability, responsibility, obligations as part of that. Okay, what else we got? Director Federico.
Timeline, so I'm looking at bringing in a local community commission, and part of that is going to the community for permission to do that, but then also trying to get in that, because it's democratically elected members to that committee, trying to get that in for this year's election. So that timeline's pretty.
Oops. Yes, really good point. So kind of, is there a drop dead by date kind of thing that we need to be in advance of? Does something become a non-issue if we let it lapse? Yeah, go ahead.
And just to add to that one too, it might be also acquiring stuff, purchasing things, just things that are kind of, we're working with outside agencies or outside developers or people that we need to recognize that they do have that firm timelines. Yeah, or cost related to taking too long.
Okay, so others, timelines, all those kinds of things. Yes, Director Monteith.
So when you can loop multiple things together, like there's several about transit, like why do one only once, do it all together? This is just a housekeeping for Matt. I noticed that's number 37 and 63 are the same as well.
That's a great idea. So one effort taken by administration may kind of kill two birds with one stone, as it were. Okay, excellent. Yes, Director Coyne.
Yeah, just another kind of housekeeping one. Number 10 and number 33 are pretty much the same thing, so we can merge those.
We've already knocked off 3 of them. Perfect.
And then 4 and 72, I believe, are kind of in the same spirit as well.
4, that's awesome. Okay, thank you for that. Yes, Rich Taylor.
I'll follow your lead. Couple of other that are, I think, the same, and I'd look to Director Roberts, but I think 41 and 47 are getting at the same issue of coming up with some approach to dealing with RV living.
Yes, right. I noticed that one as well.
One of them would be fine from my perspective. I think some of mine anyway, like it's a 2-step thing.
Yeah.
I just need a letter written to see if we can get a ball in play with another party. To me, getting the letter written, okay, I get it. It's going to take a day or two, but it's not the project itself. And it seems to me that the project itself, if we ever get there, needs to be on the priority list. Getting the letter written.
Yeah.
I know it takes time and that we could wind up giving a lot of letters to staff. But is there a way of managing that part of it so that we're not perhaps putting off something that could actually be initiated right away and may just fall off the list completely because it's never going to fly.
So that kind of level of impact, level of need, level of
yeah, and from my perspective, some of this stuff won't even be on this strategic priority list. I've got 3 items that from my perspective at the moment, unless the other party agrees to play ball, it's never gonna go anywhere.
Okay, yes, that's excellent.
And then I think impact to the whole region or impact to the area. We've got to get to a place where something that's only important to one area can still get done.
Yeah.
Even though it's not important to anybody else.
Okay, so the kind of
so the ranking system can't has to allow something to get done, even if it's only important for one area.
Yeah, so that kind of speaks to that whole local government role. Like we. And great if everything on that list had, or we can identify things that have regional implications, but you're quite right. As a local government, we still have needs in different areas that may be specific to that area. Okay. Other thoughts? Yes, Director Roberts. Okay, Director Monteith.
Thank you. I think some of it too is historical things that are now becoming an even higher priority.
Okay.
In 2018, Area D and I separated. I've got 2 bylaws that Area D continues to put money into and costs my taxpayers money that we're not utilizing, and that's not a fair governance.
Okay.
So, I mean, every year I bring this up, it
Yeah.
still needs to be done.
Yeah.
So, you know, we're heading into budget season again.
Yeah.
And it just feels like those are the things that I know it's a bylaw and I know it's a process, but it's costing taxpayers money unfairly, and
Yeah.
that's just not process. No, Cleveland's perfect, right?
Okay. So that kind of, how long has it been in the queue, and if it's introducing some unfairness, perhaps expedite that. Okay. Director Roberts.
Thank you. Along the same lines, it doesn't show here things that are ongoing. So for instance, I did touch on it in regards to liability. So for instance, we're on a location study for the fire hall because the fire hall has to be replaced in the South Similkameen. And at the same time, that not only is a libelous thing, it's already been identified and people are working on it. But it doesn't show up for you to understand, because is that pushing things out of the way? Is that something that's secondary on the side of the desk? But at the same time, it's got a high, you know, it's higher in regards to liability to the regional district than, let's say, the ice rink. You know, so.
Yeah. No, really good points. Okay, perfect. Chair.
I kind of suspect it won't be real popular, but there are some areas that really don't have many projects and don't get anything done.
Yeah.
There maybe should be some consideration to each area getting a project for sure done
So
each
equity.
year. So
Equity.
there is some equity. That
Yeah.
would take care of those ones that are area specific.
Good point. Yeah, it really speaks to the idea that Director Taylor mentioned earlier, which is that, look, not everything on here is going to be important to everybody or even to more than one place, but that doesn't make it unimportant. Yeah, good point. Okay, anything else? Yes, Director Coyne.
Yeah, I actually want to ask Director Gettens a question. Number 22 says community study on plants and species in the park. I'm just wondering what that was about, and if that's something that maybe we should maybe be using some of the stuff we talked about earlier in the environment part across the whole region instead of just in one park. I don't know what you're looking at there.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, I thought this on. I don't know, like anyway, I've got a lot of stuff on here that I didn't think I misunderstood the assignment. So I've got actually quite a few narrowed down, and that's one of them. That's actually a citizen initiative that they wanted to go and do the school kids in Bonin Park. So it's not a strategic thing. It's if the citizen brings it up again, that might or might not happen. There are quite a few of mine that are on here that I think could be themed or just removed because they're either ongoing work, already in progress, that kind of thing. I do like the idea. I don't know if that answers your question, but yeah.
So I was just wondering if it was like, just a few years ago, we were in contact.
Yeah, they are. It is around the invasive, and there's just a group of environmentalists in Greater Westminster that we've got a park that hasn't been touched, and they want to go and see what's in there, that kind of thing. I do like the idea of what the chair proposed about, you know, really narrowing down. I'd be curious to hear from the rural directors. What is if you had one thing left to do in 1 year of this term, what would it be for your area? There are a lot of my ones on here that are dependent on partners that like PIB or BC Transit that I would just like staff to keep somewhere so they don't get overlooked, like on demand. You know, I've been asking to pilot on demand with BC Transit, but we can't control that. But I don't want staff to forget about that. Working with the PIB, and so that's the KVR, we talked about that before. There's another bridge in Mount Aquala that, you know, if Justin has an opportunity to, like those kind of things. But I don't know if staff just keeps like 20% open for opportunities, or if we just max them out. So that I would be interested in that. And then what can be bumped, like the recreation bylaw for Greater Westmont. we can bump that to next term. That's great.
Yeah.
So
Now, and just a question to help us with the criteria, why is that one bumpable for next year?
I think it's bumpable because it's not an urgent priority from what I'm hearing from citizens. Like, no, but I'm not getting pressure to get that done. There's other things that people are asking about. Hey? Yeah. Well, we already pay into Penticton, so we could, oh, no, this is just the RAF recreation bylaw in addition to what we also pay Penticton, which we've been overpaying for the past 20 years, but we can talk about another time. So, yeah, so it's good.
And there goes the workshop.
Yeah. 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 We could talk about that later when it's recorded. So that's, but to your question, that's why that can be bumped. It's not, it actually is something that I committed to staff when we piloted, that we would pull recreation from RAF.
Yeah.
And if we're going to bring it back, we need a bylaw that represents the payers. It's not that important today.
You're not feeling pressure from your constituents. It's not urgent. It can get in the queue.
No, exactly. And where there's other ones on here, like taking a look at allowing legal suites in Greater West Bench, like that's something that I would like to have a discussion about. For me, with being in the 4th year of a term, I would like to do some of the hard ones that are really hard for citizens, because I would like that to be done this year, because I think that's more fair to the person or whoever gets this seat next time. So some of those planning ones that are hard for citizens, hard for this board to understand, quite frankly.
Yeah.
So I just want to do a bit of housekeeping in this next year.
Okay, excellent. I've got Director Roberts, but first I had Jim with a comment.
Just to start off with, when all the projects are finalized and comes to the board, there's 100% capacity is full. That means that any projects that come on after the fact, something has to come off. So it's important that everything on that list isn't something that is a wish list that you're not too concerned about. So we need to know what goes into 26 or 27.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, let me turn one off here. There we go.
So how just, and I respect that, and I like that when we get the list and we have to take something off. So how do you recommend that we do that? For example, like BC Transit, if there's an opportunity to trial that on demand, how do I ask for a bit of staff time to keep their eye out on that opportunity then?
Right, yeah. By keeping it on the list, what happens is, once all of the projects are itemized, we go by division and determine how many hours each project is used. So by keeping it on the list, it's there. Then if we determine that we can't do it, we come back to the board and say, this is not feasible, we can take this off, we can now add something else on.
Okay, I've got Director Roberts and then online Director Coyne. Go ahead, Director Roberts. Okay, all right, okay, age before beauty, Director Coyne. He's on silent, that's why I said it. Yes.
You're really walking a fine line today, aren't you? First of all, you give me a promotion and now you just slice my knees out.
Just had to bring you back to earth. Yes.
Yeah. I'm sorry I had to go away there for a little while, and I'm not sure if this is exactly the right time to bring this up, but I need to get added on there. A little bit of time for Justin to work on a boat launch at Tulameen. We've been talking about this for 11 years, and we need to have a little bit of time now that the group in Tulameen is at the point where they can actually think that they can be part of it now. We would like, realizing this is going to be probably a 3-year project to be able to touch the water. So we need a little bit of time to try and get basically a license of occupation this year for that existing boat launch. So.
Okay, perfect. That's a great, thank you for that. So we've made a note of that one. And it also speaks to some of the criteria we talked about, kind of, you know, it's timely, it's important because there's a deadline, there's the other parties willing, that kind of thing. So thank you. That's a great addition. Yeah, Jim?
So I don't think we've talked about it, but there's so many projects here. We will ask all of you that have submitted projects, your top 2.
Yes.
And of your top 2, which is your number 1 and which is your number 2? And we can, once that's established, we cannot do all of them at the same time. Then we'll look at the criteria, which I've documented 10. We'll put a weight on them, and then we'll come back to the board and say, this is what we're determining based on, first, your criteria, second, on your projects. And ultimately, you will have total authority and let staff know which projects will be done.
Thank you, Jim. That's very helpful. And we're going to continue to talk about it right now. So we don't kind of leave today until we've got a good sense, not only the criteria, but also what's most important. Go ahead, Dr. Roberts.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things. So for instance, I found on here below 74 was the fire department land acquisition. And it's crossed out and it says that it's combined with staff action 2635. So I'm, just trying to understand how that works out. And then Caremius number 73 is Caremius Info Center. And I believe Jim it's not exactly come to fruition in regards to as it was written, but there was a solution found.
Okay, go ahead, Jim.
That's how good we are. We've done it before 2026. We did discuss this in an in-camera meeting in Caremias, so I cannot talk too much about it, but we'll take that one off the list.
And then what is that near the top here, number 4? And again, it says resurface. It's actually an area that's never been surfaced.
Okay.
My concern here, this is not even 2 kilometers, and the projected price, I paid $30,000 for an assessment of it, and it's coming at $350,000. And this ties into our regional discussion. I know George in Area B put about 170,000 for his couple kilometers. And then I think I've even helped with 45,000 at one point. And when we look at it as a regional trail, when we have things where it's not even usable, it's a baseline. So if this is going to be regional, then it's something that I would like to look at. But it's one thing to upgrade a surface, or one thing to add benches or toilets or lights as a local area, but to call something a regional trail and it's not usable is a concern to me, and it's way beyond the ability for me. It's doubled in price, so I'm more likely to just pull it if it isn't regional. So if it's just going to be fully on Area G, there's no way we can tackle it.
Okay.
So I didn't know how to frame that in regards to this discussion.
Okay, thank you for making that, for raising that. Go ahead, Jim.
One more thing, the list that you have essentially is a draft. When I asked for you to submit your ideas, a lot of you inundated Matt with different email requests, and sometimes some of yours were duplicates, which is fine. This is a draft. Once after this meeting you'll all be contacted to get more information. Like Matt talked briefly, and Alan talked briefly about the scope. The scope is important because that's going to determine the amount of hours we allocate by the division. So the list will be redefined, and once we put a weight on it, we will then send that back to preliminary, like a individual workshop, so that when we do bring it to the board, all the issues would be completed.
So we'll have an opportunity then, Jim, to, as Director Roberts mentioned too, on that particular example, to determine, is this region, is this local, where is that?
Yes, that's what we'll do.
Okay.
So follow up. So that means that we will be able to address number 4 one way or the other at a later date.
Yes, this is a preliminary list, like I stated.
Richard Monteith.
Thank you. So, I mean, looking at my list, some of it staff already know is priority for me. But I really wanted to make sure that it stayed on the list, because it seems to go on the list at a Parks and Recreation level, then it falls off the list. It never really gets done. So these are priorities for me. And I guess part of it is a frustration. I mean, I'm going to use the old Cleveland Road as a great example. The idea came from the community, went through the proper channels, got to the Parks and Recreation, gets to the staff say they can't do it. I talked to Modi, they can't, like, it goes back and forth, but now it's landed back to me to find out who owns the property, to contact the property owner. Like, it's sort of like, what? Like, I just need staff to help so that I don't have to do those things. So it should, but if I don't have it here, it's not going to happen at a local level in that service, right? So I'm kind of caught between a rock and a
No,
hard
I
spot.
understand. Yeah. Everything on the list nothing goes away. Nothing's kind of put away. So even if it's not identified as one of the top priorities, it's still there. Director Federico.
I'm not really quite sure how all of our OCPs ended up on the bottom of this list, because at our board meeting, it was discussed that those that were involved in this proposed single OCP were going to talk about whether we wanted one single OCP and not all of them on here. So, I mean, like mine was done a couple years ago. So if we don't go into a single one, mine's not going to be done for another 5 years. So, and a few of these are fairly new. So, yeah, I know Matt's got reasoning for why they're broken out, but I mean, that can be lumped into one, which is then a discussion because I asked for a workshop or at the EA committee level to discuss whether we wanted to move forward with this. And from my eyes, I don't see this as any priority unless it's the next in line who needs to be done.
Okay, perfect. Jim?
So it's at the bottom of the list because this happened at the last meeting. So we're typing them in as we're told. And you see them separated. Essentially, they can be combined. The workshop I've asked for a workshop to happen, and there will be some invitations for you for a workshop.
Okay, so let's just recap what we got here so far. The idea being, we've got a list of items and we've taken some things off that list. We have identified some other things with question marks saying, should it be here? Should it be elsewhere? We've got that, but we've got the list. Nevertheless, irrespective of the number of things we've taken off, it's still a long list. We've got limited resources. So the idea is, how do we pick and choose which ones we're going to treat as most important, recognizing everything's important, what's going to be most important going forward? So things to think about: the liability as a criterion. So where do we have liability that if we don't address the issue, if we don't undertake the project, we're going to either expose ourselves or continue to expose ourselves? Health and safety. Is there health and safety imperative to the particular project? Timeline. Is there a drop dead date that we need to be thinking of? Because if we don't act now, we've lost the opportunity. Others' timetables and others' needs. Do we have potential partners in here we've identified and they've come to the table and they're ready to go? Or conversely, are they nowhere close to the table, and that's going to influence whether or not we can proceed? Opportunity to loop them together. So are there opportunities to say, hey, some of these things if we do this, we've taken care of all these other ones as well. So where's some opportunities? The level of impact or the effort, I suppose, is a better way to put it. Like, is this just a minor thing that can be done as a first phase and we can park this for a bit, but we have to get that minor thing done? Or is this going to be a major effort? So what level of resources is required? And then we've got kind of the impact to the region versus local area. Do we want to think about, there are going to be some that have an impact beyond the local area. There are going to be some that have an impact that is confined to the local area. Is one more important than the other? In some cases, regional impact may be better. In other cases, though, it may be fine to have a local impact because that's important to that electoral area. How long has it been in the queue? So if it's important for some of the other reasons, is it something we need to expedite because it's been in the queue for too long? And then we talked about, and the chair mentioned, equity. So all of this is great, but if it all leads us towards thinking that everything happens in one area or two areas or three areas, how do we ensure that the other areas still get some work done on their behalf, because we want to have some kind of equity spreading of resources? And then pressure from constituents. Or is that another one that we're really under pressure from constituents, or is pressure relieved? And so that allows us to consider putting something back in the queue. So the whole exercise is really one of dealing with scarcity. How do we ensure that we use our resources to hit the things that are most important? There's a lot we're throwing out for the group to think about right now. This is very much kind of an ongoing discussion. This is something where it gets a little bit muddy. And as we go through this, we're going to figure this out as we go. But let's talk about, the chair mentioned this, Jim's mentioned this, Director Gittins mentioned this. Let's talk a little bit about each area then and the specifics for that area. When you look at the projects that are on that list that you've identified being that list, when you think about some of the things that we've talked about, what's most important for your area? Some of those things will be regional in benefit, some of them will be local in benefit. Some of them will be big, some will be small. But you as the electoral area director, what's really important for you to get done this year? And we want to think about the top two things. If we have extra resources, then we can expand the list. But if you had to get two things done, what would they be? Yeah, that's not a rhetorical question. Yes. Sorry?
Oh. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, I think you only have like one on there.
Yeah, so I'll stick with my one at the moment, but I do have a second and it might, but I personally, I wanted to hold it off until next election if I sit again, so.
Oh, that's another criterion, political. Yeah. Okay.
No, it's just a new service that I'm not sure I want to deal with yet. I don't think it'll get finished in time, so.
Okay. Yes. And then also, and it is I mean, we live in a political environment, so that is a criterion, of course. If something is going to become a lightning rod or divisive, that's something to consider. So what is your one then, Chair?
The first one on here, I think it's to do with the ESDP review, if memory serves me right, so.
Just help us understand that.
Specific changes, though.
What is now, just for the uninitiated, what is ESTP? It sounds like a sports network.
Environmentally sensitive development permits.
Okay.
And some of the criteria that are associated with it.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, perfect. So looking at reviewing those then.
Yeah.
Do we have the right okay, so that's important to your area, important to you then? Okay, got you. So that's one thing that if you had your magic wand, you'd get that done this year or 2026.
My preference would have been last year. But
yes.
I'll go for this year.
We can't morph time. If we could, we would. It's a lot of things I would do over, but okay.
That's it for me for now.
Perfect. All right. Area B. B for Bush.
We have a defunct system. It's not really an irrigation system. We just pay for the street lights. And the only reason we've been keeping it going was to protect the water license, but the water license doesn't seem to be of any help or at all, because now we've gone to the new WSA system.
Okay.
With the wells.
Yep. Okay. So that's an improvement or an irrigation district that's failing or that's about to fail in time.
No, it hasn't been used since the flood of 1948.
Okay. Got
But
it.
we've kept it going.
Yes.
Just to pay for the streetlights.
Okay.
And
gotcha.
so I'd like the regional district to take over.
Okay, just to make it cleaner. Yes. Okay. Got it. That's good. Okay. Excellent. And any others, Director Bush?
No.
Okay. Wow. That's you guys are low maintenance.
You got that.
Okay. Area C. Where are we? Where is our? Oh, we don't have Area C here today.
Yeah, he's not here today, but.
Okay. Well, let's pick two for him.
Yeah, right. Well, let's just hold two spots for him and he'll have to make that determination on his own.
Okay. I know. All righty. Area D, Matt.
Yeah, I would like. I'd like some kind of a model setting out the requirements for safe RV living.
Yeah.
And I would like to review First Nation notification policies.
Okay.
I feel that's region-wide.
Yeah. Okay. And may I ask, just on those, because I know you've got a number on there, so you've had to think about which one, unlike your predecessors there in A and B, I think, where they had much smaller lists. How did you choose these two? What criteria were in your head thinking about those?
Well, like I said, I've got 3 or 4 other things, which from my perspective are not much more than writing a letter.
Okay.
And I'm going to be burned as all hell if I lose those.
Mm-hmm.
But if I listen to what the other people are talking about, we're talking about big projects that are going to have a big impact.
Okay. So magnitude then of the projects.
Yeah.
Okay.
And hell, Parks and Rec Commission isn't working now, so if it's not gonna work for another year or two, that's okay.
Okay. Thank you. Later. I know this meeting is recorded. Okay, area E,
Alrighty.
Naramata.
So, for one is the local community commission, and just starting that bylaw and then getting that process. And that'll be a quick timeline at the beginning of the year, because then I'm gonna cheekily make my second one a referendum, because included in there is 3 different things. We need to look at upping the Parks and Rec budget. So simplistically, from the bylaw, it's just changing our tax requisition. I'm not changing any language. I just need that amount increased, but it's increasing significantly enough that I need referendum on approval for that. And then the local community commission is going to need to go to elector consent. So that would be under there. And then we're looking at acquiring some property from within the community, which is going to be a significant number, which will also require a referendum. So instead of staff having to go to the community 3 times, try and lump it into one, at least one day of making big decisions for the community. So cheekily sneaking that in as one.
And again, let me ask you the same question, Director, if I could, that I asked Director Taylor. You're thinking then that informed that choice. Was it urgency? Was it impact on the electoral area? Was it ability to affect change kind of thing, or?
Yeah, kind of all of that. So the local community commission brings a different type of autonomy to the community. Just there's been some chatter from some who would like to go down the path of incorporation, given our current path. And just given the size of Naramata, that doesn't quite make sense. So the local community commission gives the community an opportunity to see what having that sort of council loosely would look like, and that autonomy to the community without a full incorporation. So I wanted to kind of pilot and trial that. But I only just learned of it, so we're getting a little close to election time. So that's where there's that tight timeline on there. And then just the referendum piece is like an opportunity to purchase a parcel in the community. Again, kind of came up last year, was on the list, fighting like the Dickens to try and get it moved up, because again, tight timeline on that, because we're working with another partner. And so we're working on that, like kind of, we need to get this done and accomplished. So instead of referendums are a lot of work, so instead of staff having to do 3 different ones, we just kind of front load it, put them all into one, and then go from there.
Yes, okay. Very intriguing about the local community commission. There are not many of them in the province, but there's some new ones, including Salt Spring, which was created for many of the reasons you expressed that apply to Naramata. Yes. Okay, area F, Director Gittins.
Thanks. So I'm just want to get some clarity on the things that are in progress, like Sage Mesa referendum, Mariposa Park, that kind of thing. I don't have to bump those right now. They're in the works.
Jim.
Oh,
Here, I'll do it. There we go.
Thank you. At the end, after we hit I, I'm going to ask for a staff one. And on the staff one will be Sage Mesa.
okay. Good to know. Thank
If I
you.
may.
Thanks. So I do have other ones that, like I said before, are dependent on partners, but I'll just park that now because maybe staff, that might be on staff as well. And then the business licenses review for Greater West Bench, I think that's going to get done this year. I think there's 40 hours. Okay. So really what I would like to do is I want to explore legalizing suites in Greater West Bench, recognizing that that's going to be a very complicated conversation to have with the designation, but I would like to have that conversation about that. And then I think the rest of it, my stuff here really is based on partnerships. The one that I think is going to come from staff is reviewing our water acquisition policy. I suspect, yeah, I don't want to use that one up on mine. And so yeah, that's what I'd like to do. Just really, it's just that Anyways, we don't have to debate it right now, but that's my list. I will just leave the rest because I think they're already in progress.
It's interesting that I like that, how you phrase that. You don't want to use that one up. It's kind of gives the impression of kind of chits being passed out. And I know that the longtime city manager of the city of Nanaimo used to have these budget workshops with his council. And he used to create monopoly money and say, okay, here's what we got this year. I have new money to spend. So how do you want to spend it? Here's the money. And every time you announce something, I'm going to take back the cost of that. So we'll see where we get. So yes. Well, that's the ability to tax, isn't it? Yes. I know. Yes. Okay. We got to G, Area G, Director Roberts.
Thank you. Most of my items of things that have been on since I got elected, and they're on different levels of priority and or they're shared services. So it makes it a little bit difficult. But what I would say off the bat, we've got in here the support to the Headley Improvement District. I've provided them some money to do a study, a location study for a new well. And whether or not the regional district owned it or whoever, it has to be done anyways. And that's critical. It's a number one, strictly because they're in crisis. They're like minutely away from not being able to consume their water at all. So that's way
safety issue.
Yeah, so it's way up there. The fire department, which of course is a part of a process that's ongoing right now. So I don't know if, I would put that in regards to health and safety. It's like would be my two, but it's kind of in the process. It's happening now, and there's nothing that can, definitively say it's today, tomorrow, or 5 years, right? The trail issue, I would love to have that done before the end of next year, but again, I can't. I'm just talking about a usable trail service. If that regional trail isn't dealt with that particular part as a region, I can't really do it. So, you know what I mean? It would just fall the ways.
But nevertheless, even if you need the region or a sub-region to pay for it, in this case, the region, I think, is that something that's really important to your area?
Yes, basically we need the corridor. We've got just the highway. It's the only place that, like, I've got seniors using the side of the highway for their scooters to get between Costin and Karamias.
Okay.
Children going to between the primary and elementary school. And then we've agricultural farm workers. They've just got right on the side of the highway. And it's just unsafe.
Yeah.
And we want to have that corridor opened up so that basically from Costin to Karamias, you have a route that's safe for everybody to go along. So, it's important.
Yeah.
But it's beyond my area's means.
Yes, for sure. For sure. Jim?
Can we clarify what exactly, you need for Headley and the fire department is, there's an exception if I may have 3 on my instead of 2. So, which the third one would be the fire department. So I'd hope I'd get your support for Karamias.
Okay, like the fire department is shared, right?
Yeah, so I'm saying that will be my third one if I'm allowed to have 3. You don't need it, but you stated that you talked about the Headley Improvement District. What exactly are you looking for?
Well, we've got an RFP. The Headley Improvement District, through their water person, has got assistance from Lisa on how to put in an RFP for someone to do a study for location. Again, there's very little of the regional district having to do. I've already promised, because that's something for infrastructure that is needed. Community Works money for that. So there's very little other than that. It does take, and I know it's taken some of Lisa's time because there's a lot of questions from the HID. But so it's not something that would be taking any real money other than Lisa's time in regards to looking at the submissions that were provided by the HID.
So are you saying you don't want it, one of your 2?
Well, I think it should be one of the 2 because it's the water thing. I just don't think it's going to take a lot of space, but it's quite unique, as is everything in Area G.
Thank you.
So is the water.
Yeah.
The fire department thing is ongoing, but of course the trail, if there's anything we can do and how we can do that together, as stated, one region working together, I'd love to have a trail surface. Thank you.
That's excellent. Director Coyne, the Area H, and you listed your one, and remind, what was Director Coyne's one that we listed earlier? Tulameen. Yes. Oh yeah, the boat launch. Thank you. Yeah, Michelle, go ahead, Director.
I'm sorry, but I can't access that list today. I'm only running on partial computer ability here today. So I don't know what's on that list, but the OCP has got to be number one.
Yeah.
But that was on like this year's list, so I don't know whether that's just been, I don't know where that stands.
Okay.
Last time I talked to Alan, we were going to start it. I don't know. So I'm not sure if that's on for next year or if it's going to start it this year or what. So,
okay.
And then the other one, another big one that we need to do is renew our contract with the town of Princeton for our recreation.
Okay. Yep. Yep.
Those are ones that have to be renewed. So we going to need time to do those.
Alan, to me, that's core. That's core work, so that wouldn't count.
Okay. Okay, that's excellent. Thank you, Director. We made notes of all those things then. Okay, last but not least, Director Monteith.
Thank you. So might be unpopular, but I want to add one. So hearing what Director Gettins is looking at with the suites, I'd like to also add that to Area I. And if we're talking about priorities, I guess for me, like some of the other directors, we've talked about doing similar things, right?
Yeah.
The local area commission, I'd like to do that as well. I'd like to have a review of the Cleveland Parks and Recreation bylaw. And I'd like to actually do consultation with the community and actually hire an outside consultant. I want a complete review of that whole service because from what I'm hearing and operational, I just want to have it really crisp, clear. So then, moving forward, that a proper budget can be made for that service. And then the other one is investigate a regional water service. Okay. So been working with Area D, talking, and staff are aware as well. Okay. And everything else on here that I submitted, a lot of it is just, to me, it's either operational or it's things that should be already in the queue.
So it's maybe core work in some cases then.
A lot of it, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Just can you talk a little bit about the regional water service, just so we're all in the
know? Our neighbor across the lake is also needing to do some water service for updates and systems and UV plant or whatever we need to do together. Cleveland's looking at doing something as well. So why not looking at doing it together as a...
Okay. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Sorry, Jim, did you have something to say? Yeah.
I counted 3.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think, yes. Suites area, Cleveland Parks and Rec bylaw. Okay, so we'll make a note of that. Yes. So so Director, you talked about the suites, the secondary suites.
Pardon?
Sorry, your first point, you talked about the suites.
Yes, suites.
Okay, and then you talked about Cleveland Parks and Rec bylaw, a review, excuse me, and then the investigate the regional water service.
So my question is if multiple directors are wanting to do the same thing, why wouldn't we team up and do that as a group versus individual areas doing it over and over and over?
So if the organization is already doing a review of secondary suites for one area, does it do it for other areas? Jim?
That would only work if they all agreed to the same rules, terms.
Yes.
And right now I'm seeing they're not agreeing with OCP.
Okay.
So I don't want staff to do the work and then come back 2 or 3 times to try to make it specific.
Right, right. No, that's a legitimate point. Okay, so can I, Director, if given what Jim has said, if you had to choose 2 of these, which would you choose?
I'd probably hold on the local area commission.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even have that one listed. That was
sorry.
4th.
Okay, so suites.
Sorry. You're going on the wrong.
I know. I'm trying to get things done.
I know, yeah.
Sorry,
So the suites that you've got, sorry, you can't read my handwriting.
No.
Yeah, nobody can, don't worry. Thank you. Clean Parks and Recreation bylaw
Mhm.
and the regional water service. That one's already on. That one's already.
There we go. I'm good.
All right. Thank you, Lisa. Perfect. Okay, so that gives us this, now this gives staff, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Jim. Jim, yeah.
So the staff also has some, as stated earlier, Sage Mesa, that has to be yet another referendum. The review for the utility acquisition policy, that's something that I've actually asked staff to work on it, and
And what was that, Jim? What was
the
it?
the utility acquisition policy.
Yes.
And if I get permission, if I can get a third one, which is the BGK Fire Department, that's something that also is it's not only, it's a safety issue.
Yeah.
So safety issues take a priority. And one of the things that also isn't included in here, there's a lot of capital projects that would need to be done. And that's something we're going to bring back to you on a priority basis. There's a number here. There is about 15 projects here. We can't start all 15 at the same time. So we will be coming back to you using your criteria with a weighted number and state, this is what it comes out to. You get the final say of what starts first. We can't start all projects January 1st. So we need to make sure that we're not, dog's not wagging the tail, how does that work? The tail's not wagging the dog. We are coming to you to ask you for your input.
So we've identified, we've talked about criteria, which will take away, clean up a little bit, bring back. We've talked about priorities that you've identified based on a longer list of priorities that really, based on some of the thinking and some of the discussion, are most important for you. We'll come back with that stuff. So nothing's etched in stone right now. We'll bring it all back. We've got the potential that there's, once it's all on paper and once it's put into the Jim's system, that there's going to be some capacity. Probably not highly likely, but if there were, how do we deal with that then, Jim?
So once we put the capacity for all of your top priorities, and these are the priorities that we're gonna do, we're gonna take a look at the other projects, look at the capacity for that, and bring that back to you separate. So we're gonna have it in two sections, the list you just gave us and everything else. And that everything else is, we're gonna be discussing how you want, what period you want that done, quarter Q2, Q3, Q4. And if looking at all the projects, we cannot have the resources to meet all your needs, we're then going to go and say 2027. We will never take anything off, but we will move it over for 1 year. Make sense?
Yes. Okay, now some questions, I think. Treasurer, did you have a question? Yes.
Sort of. I was gonna ask, there's some on here that pertain to like the whole board. Are we gonna chat about those ones?
Thank you for raising that. On there, we've got some that are the whole board, so OCPs are one of them, for example, and there's some other ones. Are those ones that are proceeding, or are those ones that we need to think about here, Jim?
Well, so this is the priority that the board here has decided.
Yep.
If the ones that are for the board, they should be also looked at least two.
Yep.
So we have a staff one, there should be a board one.
Yep. So we'll talk about those then. Let me just see if there's another question before we jump into that part. Director Giddens and then Director Taylor.
Thanks. I just want to confirm when you bring the items back to review, that anything that's carried forward, and I'm thinking like, for example, we have a community meeting tonight at Balder, and there's going to be some promises made on that around shadow billing and all that. Like, you don't want, like, that's all, like, you're looking for just sort of like net new almost ideas, right?
So that's core work.
Thank you.
Okay, Director Taylor.
Yeah. Commission review probably be available for use and tweet.
We will always take a shortcut that works. So if we've done it in one area, we'll see what we can do, but they would have to be different because again, the term of reference may not be accepted from one to another, but we'll take whatever we can from one and move it to recommend it the other.
Director Coyne.
Yeah, so I added to this list that are Similkameen only. And I don't expect staff to do like all the work, that we'll do some of that work in our own community. I just need time if we need an AAP or a referendum to bring that forward. The taxation wouldn't happen until 2027, but we do need the staff time just if it can get to that point.
You say that's core work?
That's core work.
Okay.
We got to make sure that we're not taking up some of your projects and classify them as core work. There's a lot of work that we do that you may not think it is, but it is. So
because we'll do all the footwork, you guys just have to do the.
It is core work.
Yeah, you guys are going to do the policy analysis. It's the actual mechanism needs to be put in place by the region. Okay. Back to Director Federigo's question about the board stuff. Let's look at what the board as a whole has or what's been identified for the board as a whole. So we've got when we look at our list, we've got a few things in there. We've got recommended policy of the board to formalize existing non-conforming property. We've got rural projects assist in community cleanups of crown land managed through illegal dumping, solid waste. We talked about illegal dumping earlier. Did I get that right? Yes. We've got ask the province to join secondary suite incentive program. We've got secondary suite zoning regulation review for SMOOs. We've got development permit area review for SMOOs. We've also a lot of stuff for small unit housing. And then the only other stuff we have for the board is on the final page there where we have the OCPs. We have creation of a liquid waste management plan for the region. We have conservation area zone review, Naramata Village Center zone review, the Okanagan electoral area dark sky policy review, and local area policy review. Director Federigo.
Yes, and one of them was listed as me because I made the suggestion, but it is board wide, and that's looking at the grant policy that would be board wide, but then how do we determine like what projects can apply for grants, things like that. So it would be direction for staff. So it was listed as me because I made the recommendation, but that should really be board.
Okay. Thank you for that. Director Coyne.
I don't know if this is the right place. So earlier in the day, we had economic development.
Yep.
I don't see that on this list.
Yeah,
For a couple of years now, we've talked about social development, which would be the cold weather shelter and all that. And I don't see that on this list anywhere either. So if that's something that we're going to try to figure out, otherwise we're waiting another year.
Thanks. Okay. Other thoughts? So we've talked about, we've listed some of those. Which ones kind of resonate with you, would stand out for you as things that the board really needs are going to be most important for the board to get its head around? Director Federigo.
I'm going to say grant policy because I'm the one who suggested it. I think with that one, it's kind of come to light with, with some of the current ones that we've applied to grant funding for, sometimes staff have to come forward and kind of pick or choose, and then they become the bad guy, where really it should be at the board. So I think we have a policy that outlines what grants, like, not necessarily who, competing, thank you, how we kind of determine then which priorities we're going to apply for grant funding for.
Yeah. So what are the criteria? What are the impacts? If we get them, are we fashioning something that meets another body's priorities, and do those conflict with ours? All those kinds of things. We want a matrix. Yes. Excellent. Okay. What else? When you look at the board ones, Director Gilbert.
I guess this my question for staff here. This is the SSMUH. There's a bunch on here. I think that should be a priority, considering the fact that there's been a long-standing thing and is regulated by the province. We should just get that done and over with, so we don't have to deal with that and constantly be going back with the province on that regulation.
Hear from staff.
It's up to the board to add on if you wish.
Okay.
It's
So-
not, it's not a staff issue.
Okay, so that is something then that Director Gilbert is important? And from a priority perspective?
Well, I'm just, and I guess like I'm just looking for staff's lead here. I know that the province came down with legislation saying that we had to have something in regards to this, I believe. I could be totally wrong on this. And so it would be nice that we're following the compliance of what the province has asked the regional district to do in regards to secondary suites.
So are we meeting then our obligations as a local government that the province has set out? Did you have a answer for this one? Or?
Yeah, adding to that, I think because we have secondary suites and all that listed in there, I think it would free up some opportunities from the other areas that have brought that forward. Like I know from Area E, one that's not on there, but I put forward is just allowing second kitchens, not suites, but just having a second kitchen. So I feel like if we brought this forward, it would free up an extra space for, I think, Area I and Area F, because then it would be lumped in together. That is something looked at more broadly. So I would support that being on there. And then it may also lead into a bit of the housing for Area D and G who want to look at some of that RV suite. So we potentially could roll quite a few of other opportunities into this one.
Okay, let's just ask from staff perspective, can somebody comment on the necessity, as Director Gilbert mentioned, are we obligated to respond to the province on some of this stuff, to put stuff in place for the province? We are? Okay, we are. Alan says we are, yes.
And well, I was just going to say, I'd be getting a nasty letter if we don't.
Okay, so that's something then that obligation, liability, if we don't, that's got to rise to the top then I would think. Yeah. Yeah, okay, go ahead, Matt. Director Taylor.
I'm really struggling sometimes, Mr. CAO, to understand where some stuff is core work and some stuff isn't. So on this SHMU stuff, for instance, OK Falls has got an extension, Heritage Hill's got an extension for 5 years. But getting us there, I mean, surely that's core work. We've got to get there.
And you're correct. But what I'm hearing here is, do we have to have any work to respond to them, to ask for exemptions? That isn't core work. We're required to do specifics, and anything that's core work to me is something that's repetitive, something that we're obliged to do by the province. Okay, but we're not obliged to ask for an exemption, for instance.
Well, no, but now that we've got the exemption, we've got to do the work.
Yeah, so that is core work. But what's not core work if we ask for something on top of that?
Okay. Director Coyne, and before I go to Director Coyne, Director Pendergraft, you had your hand up earlier, sorry.
To do with this schmoo stuff, if you want to call it that, it's my understanding that we are compliant at the moment with this. This was now a recommendation, it was back then, and it still is at this stage, a recommendation from the province to implement some of these things. We looked at it as a board and said, no, we don't want to go there. And I'm suspecting, unless everybody had a change of heart, that would still be the case.
Okay. Our planner's here. Are you able to give us some, yeah.
So through the chair, you're not incorrect. The bylaws are in a place now where they are compliant with SHMU. But there was that project that the board had put on in relation to optimizing development approval processes. And I think we were at committee 2 or 3 meetings ago where we scoped out what that project might look like. And one of the options was to do the residential zone review, which would look again back at some of the stuff that was in the small scale multi-unit housing minister's guidebook. And so that included setbacks, parking requirements, secondary suite, floor areas, and some other provisions as well. And so I see that some of that has made it onto the list. So it's not, the regional district is compliant with small scale multi-unit housing, but there are some other options that you might wish to consider going forward.
Okay. So more of we could choose to do it, but we don't have to do it. Okay. Thank you, Chair, for clarifying that. Absolutely, yes. Okay, Director Gilbert.
Well, then in that case, like I don't really, I'm not really too concerned then. I think that's like another important discussion later on. The only reason why I brought it up was making sure that the RDOS is compliant with the legislation. But if board of directors want to look further into that, I'm all for it. But I just saw it on the list. I just wanted to make sure that, the regional district is still within compliancy with the SHMU.
Yeah, no, that's really helpful. You brought it up. Thank you for that, because it did speak to the issue of potential liability. It sounds like we don't have that now. There may be opportunities coming forward, but then it kind of goes into the mix of where do we see those opportunities relative to some other uses of resources. Director Federico.
I think it's kind of picking and choosing some of the things. So like the variances in heights, I don't want to reopen that can of worms. But when we look at secondary suites, if we're still currently that your secondary suite can only be 90% of the rest of the house, but we want to look at making that 100, we can do that in a review of the two areas that want to look at secondary suites. So I think there's a few items in there that would pertain to the different areas that if staff are already doing the work, what does that look like on a broader spectrum for all the electoral areas? So I see them tying into each other a little bit. So if we make it a board priority, then the other areas can open that up to other priorities for their areas.
And as long as Jim mentioned, as long as we don't kind of have, as long as everybody's comfortable with the same approach and we don't customize it for every electoral area. Yeah, okay. Did you say unlikely to happen or likely to?
It's likely to happen that it will need to be customized. So
yes.
That's potentially problematic.
Yes. This goes back to the uniqueness of each area.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Any other thoughts on board stuff that's been identified? Top two. Well, we had economic development, we got cold weather shelter developments, we've got grant policy, and then the SMOO stuff, which we just identified is optional. Jim, you talked about some of the core stuff, so that's off of there. But in terms of those four that I just mentioned a moment ago, which ones really resonate with you as being most important for the region as a whole? Vice Chair Watt.
Thank you, Chair. But I'm sorry for how this question is going to come across, because I can't even fathom in my head what the workload would look like. But is there not a way to create a policy that includes a scaled system for each component, whether it be liability, whether it be ease, whether it be so that it can spit out a total number, and then that way that creates your highest priority?
For sure. Yes. Jim?
Yes, and that's what we're going to be doing with all of these. So we can do this for the board ones, and then the board can come back and see if they agree. Only thing that it's going to be, I think, discretionary is what kind of weight do we have on the criteria. So we'll come back to the board with a list of weights, how the staffs will recommend it. And then at that point, we could come back again with where the weights go. I'm trying to have the staff be transparent so that, again, you have total control of the projects for 2026.
Yes, and waiting's in the eye of the beholder.
Correct.
In that sense. I think also, and I'm going to go to Director Robertson in just a second, but I think also this exercise really, it's muddy, as I said earlier. We got to feel our way through it and stuff, and we come out with some things at the end. It's designed to do two things. One is, as we talked about earlier, how do we ensure that the resources available are used properly, and so that staff can actually kind of get to work and not be inundated and overwhelmed with things. The other equally, perhaps even more important reason we're doing this, and this was raised in my interviews with prior to this day, and also I understand from staff as well, is to put the board in the driver's seat on some of these things, and to kind of where are we going to put the resources, recognizing they're finite, they're scarce, we got to apply them somewhere. What's most important? Director Roberts.
Thank you. The number 5, which is a board one in regards to community cleanups on Crown land, the managing of illegal dumping and solid waste. So that, that is it's across the board. It's something that we're all having to struggle with dealing with the province. So I think that's a real, I'm assuming like there's letters and there's things that have been going out, but I think that needs to be something that stays near the top
Okay,
in regards to board issues as well.
right, for the region as a whole, because that's going to affect everything. Director Coyne?
So before Director Roberts put that one on there, there was only 3. Now we got 4. If we take off the SHMU because it's optional.
Yep.
The cold weather shelter is actually social development, I guess would be a better term for it. My concern is if we only pick 2 of these, we're already heading down or trying to head down a path of economic development. And if it's not a priority of the board, then how do we continue that? We're paying, last year we paid into the cold weather shelter. We did it through some reserves through a department, but we have no real mandate to continue that.
Yeah.
So I'm concerned that if we continue that, how do we do that without it being a priority of the board? I mean, the grant one, I kind of see that as, a core operational thing because we should already have that. Like there should be a checklist or something that how we do that internally, not.
Yes.
I mean, we do it for external grants.
No,
Why
that's a good
aren't we
point.
doing it for
That's a good
internal?
point.
And then the illegal dumping and that, I mean, that's something that's been ongoing for years. And we've been struggling with it as long as I've been on this board.
Yeah.
And I know they've struggled with it before that. So I don't know if that's like an ongoing thing or it's a new thing. It's kind of a continuation. So I worry that if we start taking things off that we're kind of dabbling in, we don't have a mandate to continue dabbling.
Okay, so some of those things, any active, social development. Perhaps part of the priority then is to establish that mandate, is to look at establishing a proper service for it, those kinds of things. If that's what the board deems to be priority. Okay, Jim first and then Director Monteith.
So you were talking about federation the first part of the day.
Yeah.
Possibly, and it's we need board approval for anything of the board issues. You're not stuck to 2. 2 is something that I came up with.
Yeah.
But that's not something you have to agree. I can see it work for electoral areas, but for the board and the federation, and we were talking earlier, I was talking earlier with Alan, that essentially it's like a ward system. A ward system, you look at the organization as a whole, one region working together. Lake Country is a ward system. Why not just put them all on? It may affect the timelines for yours, but it would not be that material.
Okay. So all of the ones for the board, in other words, you mean?
If the board agrees, yes.
Right, okay. Director Monteith.
Thank you. I've been really impressed today. I felt heard. I felt like we've been able to give our ideas. Where I felt a bit lost was what was already on our work plan and core work and all those sort of things, like, composting facility. Is that considered already ongoing, or is that something that should be putting up here?
Okay, very good question. Staff? Got it.
Thank you. That's in process, and we just had a quick meeting this morning on that, so that's why it's not on here.
Okay,
The
so
compost facility.
Sorry, just to follow up. So knowing what was already our priorities that were already ongoing would have been helpful to maybe narrow a few more things down today.
Okay. Yeah, no, good feedback. Thank you for that. Director Federico?
I want to go back to my earlier comment about the different departments, and I appreciate that it's operational, but in this case, we have 4 or 5 priorities on the board that hit different departments. So I don't know that it's fair to say, take something off when it hits different departments that may or may not have that capacity. So they all potentially could stay on because the different departments would have the capacity to do it. So that's where for me, breaking that down helps me figure out kind of where and how things can go and leaving or taking off.
Okay, Jim wants to comment on that.
So one of the processes, once we determine every single one of the projects, even before we determine the criteria, we look at capacity by division. So any one project could involve more than one division. We're talking about the referendum, for instance, that will affect communications, will affect legislative services, it'll affect finance. Each department will put the number of hours and the staff member. Then we know when we come back to you what capacity it is. So we not only will give you the criteria, but how much work we can do in that year.
So it's a bit of an iterative thing, is what you're saying. Okay, Director?
Follow up to that, and I appreciate that with some of them they do, but if we look at small scale multi-unit housing stuff, that sits with planning and will hit a few other departments, but then you look at a grant policy that likely lives within legislative services, and that may not impact planning. So I think there's a few in the list that could be fairly siloed to a department or a few departments that wouldn't necessarily cross over. I appreciate there's other ones on the board that might hit every department, granted, but there's a few that wouldn't. So for us to have to sit and narrow that down if they may not cross over is challenging.
No, I understand your point entirely, and let's treat this as an iterative thing. Let's let staff go away with the list as we have it now and come back and say, look, we've got extra capacity in this department because, as you had mentioned, Director, the impact is going to be on these other departments where we've identified. So let's think of some new things that we can put back on the list or develop. So with that iteration, I think, sorry.
No, so one thing that's very important this year is you're going to be interviewed in each of your projects to determine the scope, because the scope will determine those hours that we're going to be allocating for each one of the projects. And then if during the year something happens for whatever reason, you as a director decide that you need more than what your original scope is, then we have to go back and relook at everybody else's project. There's one project, and I'll say it right now, Sage Mesa, that took so much more time because of the issues that came up, that some of the work that you as a board reduced in the last 2 meetings or so was because of Sage Mesa. OK Falls is out there. The scope, all of a sudden, because of the new government issue requirements, the scope increased up probably 50%. Why? Because we're trying to do the right thing, both for Sage Mesa and OK Falls. So it's important that we know the scope, but things happen during the year that increase the scope, and then we have to come back to you and take projects off. And again, you have total control. What comes off, what comes on.
Okay. Director Roberts.
Thank you. I might have lost track of where it went, but it was brought up, I believe, by Director Watt, the building, moving into that. Now at core work, but I'm assuming that that's going to have a lot of cause and effect in regards to everything.
Yeah.
So you're correct. That would be, for me, it's core work. When we determine how much hours are available for all the projects, we deduct the core work. So if there's some core work that we anticipate as a short term, that's already taken into account, which reduces the hours that it's available for the projects.
Okay, that's a lot. And we got a list of things for individual areas. We've got a list of things for the board. We've got a list of criteria that needs to be refined and brought back. In essence, as every kind of session like this is, it's a chance to get the raw materials out, to get them all there. And now we need to go away and sort things through and come back to you with something to respond to. So this is where the process becomes a little bit iterative, with the end goal being to have a clear set of priorities going forward. Individual electoral areas that rely on the board as their local government are assured that things are going to be happening in their areas. There's equity among the areas. And the board as a whole, as the federation, understands that action is going to be taken on priorities of the board as a whole. That's really the end stage the end game we want to come back with. And so if you'll be patient now with staff for a few weeks, and while staff goes away and starts to sift through this thing and come back with something to respond to, see how that lands. If there needs to be further revisions after that, those can be made at that point. Again, all kind of leading up to the end of this calendar year so that we can start fresh in 2026 and start to achieve things in that last year of the board's mandate, or its current mandate, that is. Okay, it is, I'm going to suggest we end a little bit early. We've kind of pushed through. We took a shorter lunch break. Does anybody object to that, or no? Okay. All right. Beg your pardon? Unanimous. Yes. Oh, a federation working together. Yes. All right. Any final thoughts before we part? Director Roberts.
Those things that, for instance, like the Headley transit stop Route 50. Those are things that are waiting for grants and all those things. I'm assuming since that was already put up here like as a number 5 from previous time, and it's something that's really hinging on a grant.
On a different
I'm
party.
assuming it's kind of just gonna float there.
Nothing leaves the list unless we've specifically taken it off the list. Yes. Director Coyne.
When this goes back to staff, I think I mean, I would appreciate it, and I'm speaking for everybody, I think, but those things that can be lumped together
Yeah.
would be really good to see them lumped together, so we're not looking at a whole bunch of individual things that are really overlapping.
No, really good point. So where we've got that one criterion which talks about looping things together, we'll certainly make sure that happens. So pare that list down. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen online for your patience and kind of participating. It's always difficult when you're not present, so thank you for that. Thank you, everybody, for your energy, for sticking with it, for going through the process, and for being receptive to staff coming back and seeing how it all lands. So you're free to go.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Nielsen, for your time and effort today. I think it led us down a path that looks promising. So we'll see what the results come back like to make that final determination. And thanks, board and everybody, for your patience. Just a quick motion to adjourn is needed. Moved, seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? We are done. And thank you, everybody. Have a great day.